134, the night of the full moon. It was the same dream divination, but this time, Klein saw more. The first scene was still the small, dark, squalid room with Ian Wright sleeping soundly on a bunk bed. The second scene was the same sewer they had both gone to. Ian squatted in front of Zariel's mutilated body, reached out with his hand to rub the 2 rows of white teeth, and removed one of them. The third scene was a busy and noisy street. The passers-by were all dressed in plain clothes, some of which that could be described as old and tattered. In the middle of the street there were gardens and lawns, surrounded by low chimneys that were puffing out smoke. Ian, in his old overcoat and round hat, warily watched as he entered the telegraph office, not far from the center of the street. Diagonally across it was the mall entrance to the steam metro. The image quickly turned transparent. Klein opened his eyes, tapped his index finger on the edge of the long bronze table, and made a preliminary judgment. From that tooth and the telegram, it seems that Zariel and Ian aren't just a detective duo that found themselves involved in a dangerous situation. They have an organization behind them. I should be able to determine where the third scene is. Klein was in no hurry to deeply analyze it, as he didn't want to stay too long above the fog. Leaving the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, he went to a corner, rummaged through the paper bag that he had been placed there previously, and found Merceau's Beyonder characteristic. Holding the crimson jelly-like object, Klein sat down again and wrote a new divination statement, the corresponding potion name. As he silently recited the statement, he held on to the Beyonder characteristic with one hand and the piece of paper with the divination statement in the other. With the help of cogitation, he fell into a deep sleep. In the gray, dreamy dream, the ambassador, who was dressed to the nines, appeared again before Klein with his thin, stubbly face. Holding a bottle of crimson liquid, he said to Merceau, "Drink it, drink this hunter potion, and you'll rule the Zmenger gang. Of course, money is also indispensable, as Emperor Roselle once said, a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. Hunter, Backlund is a huge metropolitan city." Merceau frowned and asked curiously. To someone illiterate like him, hunters were associated with the wilderness and animals. The middle-aged ambassador chuckled and said, "The biggest city is the largest dark forest. Here, everyone has 2 identities, one the prey and the other the hunter. Even the weakest hunter is a hunter. It's possible for them to harm stronger prey. Go, join this magnificent hunt." The scene shattered and turned into countless specks of light. Klein looked down at the crimson Beyonder characteristic in his hand and said to himself silently, "So it's the hunter potion. It's no wonder Merceau was so good at fighting. He even used a blowpipe to shoot poison darts. It's no wonder how he was able to track me here. However, he doesn't seem to fully understand the essence of being a hunter. He didn't set any traps ahead of time or use any weapons. He didn't put his advantages to use. This is partly because he didn't know that I'm also a Beyonder, one that happens to be a Sequence 8. He underestimated me. It's also evident that he only recently consumed the potion. The hunter pathway is both wielded by the former Inti's royal family, the Sauron family, and the Feysac Empire's rulers, the Einhorn family, as well as the secret organization, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, which appeared in the past 2 to 3 centuries. Taking into account his attire, that ambassador's identity can essentially be confirmed. A high-ranking diplomat of the Inti's Republic, an ambassador of the Lowen Kingdom. I wonder what that important item he's trying to get his hands on is. As his mind churned, Klein wrapped himself in his spirituality and began the rapid descent. As soon as he returned to his room, he immediately checked his surroundings vigilantly, but he didn't notice any unusual changes. Phew, Klein let out a silent breath. He felt a bit more confident that he would be able to convene the members of the Tarot Club on time tomorrow afternoon. He rummaged through the map of Backlund that he had bought on the steam locomotive, looking for a telegraph office that was along the subway line, one that wasn't far from the middle of the street. There were only a few subway lines in Backlund, so Klein quickly identified 3 targets, one in Westborough, one in St. George Borough, and one at the junction of Eastborough and the Backlund Bridge. He recalled how most of the pedestrians in his dream were dressed to determine their socio-economic statuses, and arrived at the final answer. The 3rd spot, the place where the Eastborough intersected with the Backlund Bridge. Sometimes interpreting a revelation requires a plethora of practical knowledge and the ability to infer. Klein mocked himself, walked to the desk, and added another sentence after the previous statement, adding more to the contents written on the piece of paper. I don't know where Ian is. I haven't seen him since we discovered Zurial's corpse. However, I learned through my own channels that Ian Wright had appeared at the telegraph office on Bacardi Street. After he finished writing, Klein didn't fold the piece of paper and put it away, nor did he burn it with his spirituality. Instead, he allowed it to remain spread out on the desk, freely revealing its contents. After giving it a deep look, Klein went back to the bed and took off his clothes to sleep. Outside the tightly closed curtains, the crimson moon peeked out from the layers of clouds, shining brightly and perfectly. In a house at Hillston Borough, Force, who didn't sleep with Shio, sat up suddenly and put her hands to her head. Her relatively pretty face was extremely twisted, as if she was a devil. Force pressed against her ears and constantly tossed about in bed, as though she was resisting the illusory muttering. Sweat trickled down her forehead and veins bulged on the back of her hands. Her body randomly tensed up or rolled. Her originally teasing and languid pale blue eyes were filled with pain. In the depths of those pupils, countless layers of light and shadow seemed to appear. No, Force finally couldn't hold it in anymore as she let out a low, tragic cry. Her hands stopped covering her ears and resorted to yanking at her hair, as though she was going to fight pain with pain. After a few minutes of writhing, she finally stopped. She released her hands, looked at the handful of slightly curled brown hair, and weakly laughed at herself. I lied to Shio, telling her that the murmurs every full moon don't have much of a negative effect on me. At least losing hair is a serious concern. With difficulty, Force sat up and looked at the curtain that half covered the window. Through it, she could see the dreamy crimson moon outside. It's getting worse each and every time. Will I lose control the next time because of this? Force could no longer suppress the weakness that she had buried deep in her heart. She had attempted to separate herself from the bracelet that allowed people to teleport through the spiritual world, but it no longer resulted in the disappearance of the murmurs during a full moon. She had tried to take sedatives, had tried chanting the name of the god of steam and machinery, had tried some ritualistic magic, but it hadn't changed the fact that she was gradually slipping into the abyss. If only I could understand what the murmurs are saying. I wish to die in the know and not be buried clueless. Perhaps I might be able to hear it clearer after advancing to Sequence 8, but I've never encountered anyone selling the Trickmaster potion formula. Force looked out the window in a daze as her eyes were dyed red by the moonlight. On Monday morning, Klein woke up early from his restless sleep and got out of bed. He went to his desk and began to draw the curtains and open the window to let the light and wind into the room. At that moment, he caught sight of the paper on the desk at the corner of his eye. It was facing the window, maintaining its original spot. However, Klein clearly remembered that before he slept, this piece of paper was facing the chair and the bed. It had flipped over and changed orientation after a night's sleep. Klein's pupils constricted as he abruptly reached out and pulled the curtains open. He saw that the oriel windows were still shut tight, not letting even a waft of wind in. Without any wind, the paper had rotated 180 degrees by itself. No, someone came in without me noticing. Klein felt a chill run up his spine to his head. He was shocked that he didn't realize it while sleeping. This meant that he was almost at the mercy of others, and his life and death depended solely on the other party's mood and thoughts. Was it a member of the military's special department, or was it a powerful beyonder sent by the ambassador? From the fact that the paper wasn't returned to its original orientation, it's more likely to be the latter, indicating a certain level of warning. To be able to sneak in like that without a trace. How incredible. Should I thank him for his kindness? No, there must be a reason why he didn't do something that could have been so conveniently accomplished. They don't want to alarm the members of the military's special department who are monitoring the area. Klein couldn't help but think of countless reasons. The reason he wrote those words last night and spread the paper on the desk was to let others see it. He wanted to let the ambassador know what he wanted to know and delay any possible acts of revenge until the matter was over so that he himself could have more time to prepare. However, Klein had expected that the other party would sneak into the room while he was out, and when the surveillance of his house by the special military department would be reduced. Who knew that the person in question was able to bypass the beyonders around him and quietly enter the bedroom while he was still sleeping? The feeling of having his fate controlled by someone else was extremely uncomfortable. A beyonder who's very powerful or with extremely odd abilities. Klein turned his back and faced away from the oriel window and pulled out a copper penny. Someone sneaked into this room last night. He silently chanted the statement, and with the help of his body's concealment, he flicked the coin. The coin tumbled in the air and fell without exceeding Klein's shoulder height and landed in his open palm. This time, the number faced up. It was a negative result. No one had sneaked into Klein's bedroom last night. The paper wouldn't have turned around for no reason. Could it be sleepwalking? No, I can even stay awake after the captain invaded my dream. Klein suddenly frowned and thought of two possibilities. First, the divination was disrupted and resulted in misleading results. 2, the one who sneaked in was not human. Chapter 235. The Busy Monday. Klein was in no hurry to confirm his general assumptions. He pretended that nothing had happened and turned the page so that it faced him. The information he wrote about Ian Wright was completely true. He would still get a positive answer even if he used divination techniques to confirm. Therefore, he believed that the people under the ambassador's charge would follow this investigation's trail and gain something in return. It was unlikely that they would have the motivation to seek revenge on him for the time being. Similarly, he would continue to spread the paper out on his desk for the military special department who were monitoring him. It would direct their attention away from him as they shifted their focus to Ian Wright. It would then be a race against time to find him before the ambassador. Aye, this way, Klein would be even safer. It feels like I'm walking on a tightrope. Is this a clown's special trick? He shook his head in amusement. He opened the oriel window, hoping to take in the fresh morning air, but there was thick, choking smog outside that made him quietly close the windows. Pressing down the paper with Ian's information with an ink bottle, Klein went to the closest bathroom and quickly washed up. He then picked up the black double-breasted suit and the half-top hat that hung from the rack and walked all the way to the first floor. He had an appointment with lawyer Jurgen for breakfast today. Pulling his black-silver inlaid cane from the umbrella stand in the foyer, Klein walked along the edge of the street in a thick fog that provided visibility of no more than 10 meters until he reached 58 Minsk Street. He rang the doorbell of the dark house. As the clanging sound echoed, a black, green-eyed cat with a raised tail suddenly appeared in his mind. Brody, the black cat, walked straight to the door. After preparing itself for 2 seconds, it leaped up and grabbed the handle of the door. Then it inevitably fell and twisted the handle with its weight and opened the door. With a creak, the morning wind blew in and the door slowly opened. Brody. The black cat glanced at Klein haughtily as it walked to the side. What a clever cat, Klein praised as he faced the old lady, Doris, in her white apron. Doris laughed as her wrinkles eased. It depends on its mood. Most of the time it acts stupid, as though it doesn't know what you're talking about. Oh, I've prepared my best bean turnip soup for you. Eat it with bread. Bean turnip soup. Sounds like something randomly mashed together. Klein smiled, and I'm looking forward to it. The lawyer came out of the bathroom. Even at home, regardless if he had just woken up, he was dressed to the nines. His white shirt was ironed, and his brownish-yellow vest was tightly fitted, the lines of his trousers appearing to be freshly ironed. The contract you wanted is complete. Check to see if there are any omissions. Jurgen's blue eye swept over. He didn't make small talk as he went straight to the point. His brown hair was neatly combed back, and the sheen from the pomade was unmistakable. All right. Klein leaned his cane, took off his hat and coat, and followed Jurgen into the study on the first floor, where he received a thick contract. He stood there, casually flipping through it. The more he read, the more his head hurt. In the end, he only skimmed through the key clauses. I hope that everything that's needed is in there, as well as the previously omitted clauses, such as the establishment of the 3 instances that will determine how much money is to be supplied to Leopard based on his progress, rather than a lump sum payment of £100. The first instance involves £50. Yes, that way I won't have to go to the Backland Bank for the time being and take out the remaining £100 from my anonymous account. What I have on me is enough. Klein closed the document, smiled at Jurgen, and said, I'm satisfied. Your professional skills are better than I imagined. As he said that, he took out 2 one-pound notes that he had prepared. Jurgen took the money, gave Klein the remaining contracts, and said in a serious tone, if an error is made during the signing, there are 2 extra copies. Remember to shred the remaining contracts when everything is over. The current iteration of shredding machines was a hand-cranked mechanical shredder. Klein was about to nod his head when Mrs. Doris suddenly shouted from the dining room, Good lads, it's time for breakfast. My grandmother's hearing has deteriorated, Jurgen explained as he invited Klein with a hand gesture. Klein followed him into the dining room and saw that Mrs. Doris had scooped out a spoonful of yellow and green liquid from a black pot and poured it onto the corresponding plate. Here, try the bean turnip soup. Here's your bread. Mrs. Doris smiled and pointed to the suspicious pile of food. Klein looked at Jurgen, who looked even more serious than before. His heart skipped a beat. Forcing himself to sit, Klein broke off a piece of white bread, dipped it in the yellow-green soup, and stuffed it into his mouth with the spirit of an adventurer. He was surprised to find that the flavor was actually quite good. The faint, salty taste had a sweet tang to it that stimulated his appetite. It also perfectly brought out the soft, fragrant flavor of the bread. My grandmother was once an excellent cook, Jurgen said casually as he slowly savored his breakfast. Then why do you have to keep a straight face? I really don't have any appetite watching you eat. Klein lampooned silently before immersing himself into the relaxed and happy feelings brought by the delicacy. After leaving the Jurgens, he made 3 transfers to Surd Street in St. George Borough, where he made a formal agreement and paid Leopard the first £50. The second sum of £30 would be paid in 2 weeks' time, depending on Leopard's progress. At this point, Klein was left with only £21 8 soldi. Then he returned to Sherwood Borough and went to the public library to read the Tussock Times of the past year in search of news regarding the Inti's ambassador to the Lowen Kingdom. When it was almost noon, he finally saw the black and white photo and confirmed that it was the one he had seen in his dream divination. Baker Lanjun Madden. Klein recited the Inti's Republic's ambassador's name silently. He left the library and found a small restaurant for lunch. At 10 minutes to 3, Klein pretended to take a nap. He drew the curtains, took 4 steps in the counterclockwise direction, and arrived above the gray fog. He first divined if the military special department had relaxed their surveillance on him and received a positive result. He then wrote a divination statement that he had thought of in the morning. The infiltrator from last night. Leaning back in his chair, he muttered the sentence. Klein's eyelids drooped as he fell asleep. His bedroom came into view in a world of illusion, separation, and obscurity. At that moment, Klein saw a black shadow squirming in the crack at the bottom of the door. A slender, iron-black threadworm drilled its way into the room. It arched at the center and then flattened itself, constantly repeating it as it proceeded towards the desk. Its movements were extremely stiff, as though it had broken down a series of slow motions, making it appear quite odd. The black threadworm crept to the front of the desk and crawled to the top, leaving a trail of quickly evaporating mucus behind. It stopped at the written piece regarding Ian Wright. Its head lifted up as the middle of its body rose, leaving only the tail to support the body. At this moment, it was just like a human. After examining it for a moment, the black iron threadworm turned the paper around and disappeared back the way it came from. So that was the case. That is to say, it wasn't that the infiltrator didn't want to take revenge on me last night. He simply didn't have the ability to do so, unless this iron-black threadworm is highly venomous. Klein nodded in enlightenment. He then used divination and obtained confirmation that the Beyonder who manipulated the black iron threadworm had done so under Ambassador Bakerland's orders. After doing all of this, he completely covered the paper bag in the corner with gray fog and sent a message to the son, Derek. When the hands of the pocket watch were in place, Klein pulled in Justice, the Hanged Man, and the sun at the same time. This week's Tarot Club happened as scheduled. The familiar gray fog and blurry human silhouettes appeared. Audrey, who had successfully advanced to Sequence 8, half stood up, lifted her skirt, and happily greeted them. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool Tilda. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun." Klein, who had activated his spirit vision earlier, noticed the change in the surface layer of the astral projection in the depths of Miss Justice's ether body, with the help of the gray fog's uniqueness. With a chuckle, he said, "Welcome, our Miss Telepathist." Audrey smiled reservedly and said a few words of humility before turning to face the person across her. "Mr. Hanged Man, you should be handing this week's 6 pages. Perhaps when Mr. Fool reads it, he will think of something and shares with us a little more of his general knowledge." The corners of her mouth curled up in anticipation. Alger nodded and began to produce the 6 pages of Roselle's diary with Klein's help. Previously, he had thought about consulting the Fool about whether he should directly submit the rest of the diary via a sacrifice. However, seeing that the Fool didn't seem too interested or take the initiative to mention it, he gave up on this idea. And this was in line with his understanding of the Fool. Roselle's diary had a certain effect on the godlike man. Mr. Fool, but it wasn't that great. He would collect it, but he definitely wasn't in a rush. The 6 pages of the diary were completed very quickly. As Alger was about to offer it to the fool who sat at the end of the long bronze table, he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Mr. Fool, I have obtained a piece of information related to the secret order." There was no obstruction of information on the ocean. It just wasn't timely enough. The pirates also valued intelligence and often sent people to the colonial island to exchange information that they had gathered. It was through these channels that Alger learned something about the secret order. Very good. Klein nodded his head slightly, giving his permission to the Hanged Man to recount what he knew. He didn't stop the presence of Miss Justice and the Sun from letting him speak. This would help the former gather more information about the secret order, while the latter understood nothing. At the same time, he allowed the 6-page diary to appear in his hands. The Hanged Man said unhurriedly, "The secret order has some connection with the Intis Republic." The Intis Republic? Yes, Emperor Republic was from Intis, and Zaratul had sought him out in Trier, the capital of Intis. The secret order was also involved in the famous incident at Intis. Well, it's not too surprising that the secret order still has some connection with the Intis Republic today. After validating this new piece of information with what he knew, Klein confirmed that the information provided by the Hanged Man was true. Just in time, I'm going to deal with the ambassador of the Intis Republic. Klein was in no hurry to read Roselle's diary. He looked up at the 3 members. Chapter 236, Internal Commission. As Klein's knowledge of mysticism and beyonders deepened, as well as his experiments with some of the powers of the space above the gray fog, he no longer felt anxious when facing Justice, the Hanged Man, and the Sun. He became less preoccupied with maintaining an enigmatic and unfathomable image, so as to prevent the Tarot Club members from keenly noticing his facade. He now knew that although the deities in this world were powerful and bizarre, they were by no means omniscient and omnipotent. This description was something that only the legendary creator of everything could do, one that only the City of Silver was still worshipping. The deities had their limitations, and the deities could also be put into tough situations. That was something Klein could now confirm. Be it the Book of Storms or the Revelation of Evernight, they more or less touched upon this. Therefore, at the recent tarot gathering, Klein was consciously building character traits, slowly shaping himself into a restricted powerhouse who, for some reason, couldn't move freely but was almost a deity. This way, even if he occasionally showed that he didn't understand certain things and occasionally asked for help, it wouldn't arouse the suspicion of the Tarot Club members. Of course, the premise of all this was that, through his previous attempts and through the power displayed by his adorer, Azik, he had undoubtedly embedded the image of a deity-like existence into the minds of Justice, the Hanged Man, and the Sun. Phew, I hope that this building of character traits will succeed. That way, I won't have to worry about not being able to answer their questions in the future. Of course, things that are part of general knowledge still have to be known, and I shouldn't show fear. Klein tapped the edge of the ancient table and said with a chuckle, "I want to issue a mission." Mission? Audrey's ears pricked up slightly as her eyes widened. She was astonished, expectant, and perturbed at the same time. She clearly remembered that this was the first time that Mr. Fool had officially issued a mission. Although he had previously made a few requests, they all involved prepaid rewards. It seemed like he had randomly selected missions to conform to the principle of equal exchange. This time he used the word issue. As a telepathist, Audrey was already very good at reading the hidden meanings behind words. At the same time, she keenly realized that although the Hanged Man appeared to remain unperturbed, he was actually abnormally tense. As for the son, he seemed to be muddle-headed, treating this as a very normal thing. You can choose to accept it or not. With the help of his clown's powers, Klein's tone sounded much more relaxed. Another adorer of mine has arrived in Backlund. He wants to finish a matter, but it's not convenient for him to show himself. Another adorer. The hanged man nodded, seemingly in thought. He wasn't surprised at all. In his eyes, for a powerful godlike existence like Mr. Fool, possessing many adorers was a matter of fact. I wonder what the sequence number of Mr. Fool's adorer is. Well, I still owe his previous adorer a reward, even though Mr. Fool's reward was paid by Mr. Hanged Man, and he doesn't really care about money. I did pray for help at that time. Furthermore, Rear Admiral Hurricane was killed by that adorer. His adorer would still need some funds for their activities, Audrey thought with some guilt. Awake. Frankly speaking, 30,000 gold pounds and a large plantation was an enormous amount of wealth to her, but that alone didn't have any significant effect on her life. It's good having it, but it didn't matter if I didn't. Well, I might feel the pinch a little. Audrey nodded to herself earnestly. As a teenage girl who wasn't considered an adult yet, ignoring the large plantation, she actually didn't have absolute control over the remaining 30,000 pounds. She could only go with her father's arrangements, purchasing some stocks from Backlund Munitions Corporation, and invest in a company that was attempting to spin off some of the technology in ironclad warships for commercial ships. The amount she ultimately received and could be used as an allowance was only 5,000 pounds. However, her fixed annuity had increased by at least 2,000 pounds from its original range of 15,000 to 25,000 pounds. Seeing that Justice and the others hadn't spoken, Klein issued the mission. The task he wants to be completed is the assassination of the Intais Rapport or Wobblick ambassador to the Lowen Kingdom, Bakerland John Madden. Assassinate the Intais Republic's ambassador. Audrey lost her composure as she asked in surprise. This would cause conflict between the two countries, and might even be an act of war. As a qualified aristocratic lady, her first thought was about international foreign affairs. As for why Mr. Fool didn't do so himself, she found the answer obvious. Which mighty figure would always be helping their subordinates? After the kingdom suffered defeat at the east coast of Balam, the king didn't personally set off. At most, the general would be replaced and new troops deployed. Rumor has it that His Majesty wanted to set off for the front line, but was stopped by the nobles and officials. Alger was only mildly surprised by the task. His focus was on another matter. Mr. Fool is indeed unable to strongly interfere with the real world. My guess is right. I wonder to what extent can he influence us after establishing our connection. Can he easily take one's life away? Alger, a little pleased with himself, began to let his thoughts wander. Derek blanked out listening to the conversation. What's the Intais Republic? What's an ambassador? These words sound so strange in Jotun. Klein swept his gaze around and maintained his casual attitude. Which one of you is willing to accept this mission? What kind of reward do you want? I can't convince myself to kill an innocent man for no reason, and it could very well lead to a disaster caused by war. Audrey, who wanted to raise her hand, hesitated. Just then, the hanged man chuckled and said, I've heard that this Ambassador Bakerland is also the intelligence chief of the Intais Republic in the kingdom. He secretly supports bloodshed, planned a number of incidents that destroy the relationship between the nobility and the rich, and spread rumors to incite the public into standing against the government. He seemed to notice the hesitation in Justice, so he described the dark side of Bakerland in detail. Then he added, I'm not sure if the ambassador is a beyonder, but there are many clues that suggest he may very well be. He has quite a number of Beyonders around him, Beyonders that come under the Inti's intelligence web, and this department is influenced by the original royal family in Intis, the Sauron family. They're in control of the early sequences of the Hunter pathway. Moreover, the possibility of a war between the two countries depends only on whether or not the upper echelons of both sides want to fight. It has nothing to do with the life or death of a diplomat. After the assassination of Emperor Roselle, Inti suffered several great shocks, but ultimately managed to maintain a stable republican system. Because the Sauron family suffered a brutal blow during Roselle's reign, their strength fell tremendously in all aspects. All they could do was accept the reality and change their goal to fighting for a seat in Parliament, and secretly influence the country's intelligence department and parts of the army. After listening to the information provided by the hanged man, the hesitation in Audrey's heart disappeared. She gracefully nodded and said, "For the past few years, the Fesak Empire has expanded rapidly, having defeated the Kingdom and the Intis Republic on the Balam East Coast and the Highlands. As long as we push the blame to them, the higher-ups and the citizens of the Intis Empire, it will be something acceptable and believable." Audrey didn't know much about politics, but with her father being a member of Parliament in the House of Lords, she still knew certain things. Be it the shirking of responsibility or shifting the focus onto the kingdom's internal problems, the unpopular northern barbarians were the popular and easiest targets for the nobles and ministers. Whether they did it or not didn't matter. Of course, more than 100 years ago, this role was played by Intis and Roselle. After pondering for a few seconds, Audrey looked at the seat of honor, feeling a little perturbed and a little guilty. "Mr. Fool, I can attempt to complete this mission, but I cannot guarantee its success." On the one hand, she was going to find her father and confirm that Ambassador Bakerland was really the head of the Inti's intelligence service. On the other hand, she wasn't going to do it herself either. As a spectator or a telepathist, neither one of them was good at combat, and all she could do was gather as much information about Ambassador Bakerland from high society as she could and delegate the mission. Well, I could get Shio and Force to ask Mr. A to do it, or find the hosts of the other Beyonder circles. I cannot be exposed. Things have to be kept secret, and there might be Inti's intelligence agents lurking in those circles. I don't know how much money I'll have to pay, but 5,000 pounds might not be enough. Audrey was already beginning to think of the subsequent plans. Klein didn't pin his hopes on Sequence 8. Miss Justice, to succeed. He nodded and said, "What compensation would you like?" "The formula to the psychiatrist potion," Audrey said before hesitantly adding, "as well as the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. Oh, we can wait until the mission is completed before discussing further. If it doesn't succeed, I'll bear the expenses. I still owe your adorer the bounty money." "Bounty money? So it was given to Miss Justice. 10,000 pounds. That's 5,000 if we split it equally." Shrouded in the gray fog, Klein pondered for a few seconds on how much Ambassador Bakerland was worth, and finally decided that he was definitely more valuable than Rear Admiral Hurricane Kielangos. "Sure," Klein replied in a normal tone. At this moment, the hanged man Alger added, "I'll also accept this mission. The compensation can be determined after the mission is completed." "Didn't you return to the sea?" Audrey asked in surprise. "Just because I'm not in Backlund doesn't mean I can't kill Ambassador Bakerland," Alger said with a smile without giving any detailed explanations. Derek, who was beside him, never had the chance to join in on the conversation. Klein nodded in agreement, Okay. He immediately turned his gaze to the Roselle diary in his hands. Chapter 237, Sequence 2. The 29th of October. The leader of the secret order, Zaratul, visited me once again. He didn't mention anything specific and just casually chatted with me. I wasn't able to guess his true intentions. It seems like he just wanted to strengthen the communication between us and understand each other better. I've already met the two high-sequence Beyonders from the church, but I felt that Zaratul was much more powerful and mysterious than them. So I asked him what sequence number he was without much hope, and in the end he actually answered me. He told me that he was a Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker. Sequence 2? In the church's categorization, that's the position of an angel, close to that of a deity. He truly is more powerful than the alchemist and arcane scholar that I met before. But my intuition tells me that Zaratul isn't telling the whole truth. Sequence 2 might just be his former position, or that he's about to advance. Miracle Invoker, a master at creating miracles. The name of this potion makes one's imagination run wild. This is the corresponding Sequence 2 of Seer. A miracle invoker who controls fate? I tried probing Zaratul if the word miracle refers to the miracle of fate, that the seer pathway is one that slowly understands and grasps fate so as to control it. Zaratul ignored the first question. He told me that fate is just one of the parts of the seer pathway, and it's not even its main focus. The pathway that truly represents fate is monster. He raised a few examples which were all potion names of the monster sequence. Sequence 7, the Lucky. Sequence 5, the Lucky. Sequence 2, Soothsayer, and Sequence 1, Snake of Mercury. It's also known as the Snake of Fate. This was the first Sequence 1 I got to know. It hit me right in the face. According to what I know, the monster pathway should be controlled by the Life School of Thought. This school seems to also have parts of the Apothecary Sequence pathway. They propose 3 major divisions: the world of absolute rationality, the world of the spirit, and the material world. Yay, it's pretty cool. Zaratul told me that the Life School of Thought specializes in astromancy, seeking to use medicine, music, light, wine, and fragrance to eliminate paths with unfavorable star readings and fate. They believe that disasters and diseases are caused by the loss of balance between man and nature, as well as the balance between man and his own mind. He added meaningfully that the Life School of Thought worships the moon. Why worship the moon and not go one step further? The Evernight goddess. This diary took up 2 pages and was clearly copied from both sides of the original. That's a lot of information. Klein sighed in heartfelt silence. This was also the first time he was learning of a Sequence 1 potion's name. Snake of Mercury and Snake of Fate really made one feel a pining for. Similarly, it's my first time learning of a Sequence 2. I now know the corresponding Sequence 2 of Seer. The name Miracle Invoker sounds pretty good. It contains deep meaning and doesn't sound lowly. Of course, compared to Soothsayer, it does seem a little inferior. Fate is only part of the Seer pathway, and it's not even its main focus. I have to remember this. I should constantly reflect on myself and not end up steering towards fate. It might result in the failure of my acting. Zaratul's words don't seem contradictory. The monster pathway is the real path of fate. So, Soothsayer is a Sequence 2. If that's the case, then I already knew of a Sequence 2 in the past. Although he didn't take his eyes off the paper, Klein was seriously considering his own sequence chain. Due to his experience in digesting the 2 potions, Seer and Clown, and because he could spy and revere fate, he was able to be a little prescient regarding fate. However, he would still be helpless toward the development of fate. He had slowly been equating the essence of his Beyonder pathway to fate. If it wasn't for this diary, it was very likely that he would have used this as a premise to comprehend and act for the subsequent sequences. As for whether or not Zaratul was lying, what Klein was certain of was that the monster pathway was definitely the sequence of fate, which was consistent with what he had seen from the confidential information of the Nighthawks, and with the potion name he had heard of earlier, Soothsayer. Now that there was a fate sequence, the seer pathway was unlikely to be a repeat. This would result in some degree of overlapping, and it would be inconsistent with how each of the current sequences had different characteristics. Therefore, Klein was inclined to believe what Zaratul had said. He was inclined to believe that fate was only part of the seer's pathway, not even its main focus. The value of these 2 pages is invaluable to the present me. The alchemist and the arcane scholar should be the higher sequences of the savant pathway. From Roselle's tone, they definitely don't belong to sequence 2 and 1. That is to say, they are sequence 4 and sequence 3. For the time being, it's impossible to determine which is sequence 4 and which is sequence 3. Klein gathered his thoughts, flipped the diary, and continued reading. As for why the Life School of Thought only worshipped the moon and didn't believe in the Evernight goddess, which symbolized the Crimson Moon, he was unable to ponder too deeply about it due to the lack of information. The 3rd page was Roselle's recount of inventing a practical steam engine. At times he was afraid of suffering crackdowns, and at other times afraid that the fruits of his labor would be seized by powerful figures. His words displayed his fear of being persecuted. To think that even Emperor Roselle, who thought of himself as the protagonist of an era, would have such a perturbed and worried side to him. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he flipped to the 4th page of the diary. The 18th of April. Matilda is pregnant. It's to be expected, and I can even tell you exactly which love-making session she conceived in, because I felt a decrease in my Beyonder characteristic. Once the conception is successful, my own Beyonder characteristic will follow a mysterious connection, and part of it will be transferred to my child. After that, I asked Archbishop Van Este worriedly. He told me that this is a normal phenomenon. For sequence 7 and below, Beyonder characteristics will not be passed on to the next generation, but it isn't absolute. Sequence 6 and 5 will naturally pass down a portion, but it will not affect the parent's strength. As for the child, they would be born with certain Beyonder powers, close to that of sequence 9. But as a result, their pathway is basically fixed. At high sequences, the inheritance of Beyonder characteristics is something one can control. One can choose to pass down or not, or one can even choose to pass down just a little bit, a third, half, or all of them. In other words, the children born from high sequence Beyonders might be born as Beyonders. As for the sequence number, it's up to either one of the parents to decide. I wonder if the descendants of the deities are like this as well. After reading the diary, there were only 2 phrases in Klein's mind: Law of Beyonder Characteristics Indestructibility and Law of Beyonder Characteristics Conservation. Is the law governing the survival of Beyonder creatures? It's no wonder that some magical animals will reproduce only before they die. It's no wonder there would be the phenomenon of increased killing and bloodlust after childbirth. The target would be of their own race or even their partner. This is to supplement their Beyonder characteristics. According to this logic, if we trace this all the way back, where did the earliest Beyonder characteristics come from? Produced out of thin air, from the Creator who created everything. Since Miss Justice had already advanced to telepathist, Klein controlled the urge to nod and continued to leaf through the pages. The 5th page was Roselle's criticisms about how no one could enjoy his pop music and thought that he was making noise. while at the same time he mused how refreshing stories was, a common pursuit of different people from different worlds, and that the popularity of the novels he plagiarized from the Count of Monte Cristo allowed the newspaper he founded to flourish. "Empierre, is there anything else you haven't done?" With a smile, Klein turned to the 6th and final page. "The 10th of November, I received the great pirate Savigny Solomon in secret at the White Maple Palace. Solomon, I hope that he will plunder my opponents on the new sea route and strike at the ships of Faysac, Lowen, and Fainapotter. And I promise to help him advance to a high sequence beyonder. The Beyonder pathway of Dark Emperor has names that are as strange as the Demoness pathway. Corruption, confusion, the fallen, disorder. However, in order to match the Dark Emperor, they added on their own suffixes. Baron of Corruption, Mentor of Confusion, Count of the Fallen, and Prince of Disorder. In order for Savigny to live up to his name, I decided to confer him the title of Count of the Court in secret. Savigny has a child named Nast Solomon, and my intuition tells me that he will dominate the 5 seas in the future. Nast Solomon, the king of the 5 seas, Nast. Nast, who claims to be a descendant of the Solomon Empire. To think that he was born during the Roselle period. Klein was stunned. Since Roselle had mentioned the term New Sea Route, Klein had easily determined the corresponding year. It was in 1194 that the New Sea Route was discovered and the southern continent was found, and Roselle was assassinated in 1198. The diary could only have been written between those 2 years. That also meant that it was about 151 to 155 years ago. If Nast, the king of the 5 seas, was the Nast Solomon Roselle had spoken of, he's almost 160 years old. Is this due to other reasons, or do high-sequence Beyonders obtain an extension to their lifespan in the first place? Klein thought seriously. He gathered his thoughts and let the diary disappear from his hands. He then looked at Justice and said, "You are free to trade or communicate now." "Mr. Fool has no general knowledge to tell us today." Audrey was slightly disappointed. She turned her gaze to Sun and said, "Can I exchange information related to the dragon from you?" She clearly remembered that Mr. Sun called the Spectator Pathway the Dragon Pathway, and that he said it originated from the dragon race. "Sure, I want the Sequence 8 potion formula for Bard," answered the Sun, Derek, who had been silent all this while in hesitation. He had wanted to use this as an exchange for information on the world where Justice and the Hanged Man were living, so that he wouldn't always be confounded by what he heard. However, seeing that his process of digesting the potion was nearing completion, he still made his advancement his top priority. Chapter 238, Dragon of Imagination. Audrey wasn't surprised by the Sun's request. Since the acting method had proliferated in the City of Silver, then the amount of time that had passed suggested that it was likely that he was close to the end of his digestion period. Seeking the subsequent potion formula was definitely one of his highest priorities. I wonder how the bard acts, sing poetry every day, when encountering combat, dodge to the side and use his singing to bring courage and strength to his companions. Or perhaps he would first bless himself before charging forward with a hammer or sword raised. I wonder if it will bring about an improvement in his singing ability. If it's possible, then he would definitely be an outstanding singer or opera singer, Audrey thought with great interest. She purposely didn't express her stance in a hurry, so as to not let the Sun raise the price again. This wasn't something she learned from her tutor or from the Beyonder gatherings she had attended. It was purely a technique she had developed herself after she had advanced to become a telepathist. I will try my best to find the Sequence 8 potion formula corresponding to the barred pathway, but it won't be today. Are you satisfied with this condition? Audrey said in deliberation, before looking at the seat of honor at the ancient table. We can seek Mr. Fool's help to bear witness to this agreement. At that moment, Klein laughed and replied, Miss Justice, perhaps I can provide the light suppliant formula for you. Audrey's eyes lit up as she quickly nodded slightly. No problem. Then what should I use to exchange with you? I haven't thought of it yet. Klein chuckled and said, Don't worry. Perhaps my adorers will require help in certain matters in the future. His thoughts were very simple. If he allowed Miss Justice to obtain the formula of light suppliant in her beyonder circles, then wouldn't the knowledge he had stolen from the eternal blazing sun at the cost of near immolation be for naught? At the very least, it would be wasted at the Tarot Club. All right, I will do my best to help them, Audrey promised happily. Klein pressed his hands together, and a yellowish-brown piece of goatskin parchment appeared before him. On it was the formula for the light suppliant potion, including substitute ingredients and their ancient names. Furthermore, they were all translated to Jotun. Main ingredients: a piece of brilliance rock or powder of dazzling soul, blood of a mirror hedgehog or the heart of a magma titan. Supplementary ingredients: a golden-edged sunflower, 3 drops of aconite juice. With a gentle push, the goatskin appeared in front of the sun. Although he could pray to Mr. Fool to recall the formula, even if he forgot it completely, Derek still diligently memorized the formula. It took him quite a while before he said, Miss Justice, we can talk about the dragons. Mr. Fool, I seek your permission to speak with Mr. Sun alone. Audrey quickly raised her hand. She originally believed that the Sun would put the appropriate content on paper for her to read, but it would be inconvenient for her to ask questions. She would have to pen her questions and push them back to him. Such a way of communication was utterly cumbersome. Speak with him alone. In such a conversation, you probably wouldn't understand what the Sun is saying. Likewise for the Sun. Klein nodded as his voice remained placid. All right. In the Beyonder circles, Hermes was a language one had to master. Ancient Hermes was something that one could learn and was relatively popular. Jotun, Dragonese, and Elvish were relatively less popular, so few people knew them. The moment that was said, Klein isolated the hanged man, preventing him from seeing or hearing. Alger had a certain interest in the knowledge of the dragons, but it wasn't enough for him to pay the price of listening, so he kept silent and waited. Seeing that Mr. Fool had made a gesture for them to start talking, the son, Derek, remained silent for a few seconds, organized his words, and said, The dragons are mortal enemies of the giant king. They all look like magnified lizards, and their entire bodies are covered in scales of different colors. Their 4 limbs are thick and powerful, and their wings are wide enough to drive their giant bodies to flight. They are the rulers of the sky. They have a myriad of abilities. Some have the ability to breathe fire, others the ability to command lightning, bring corrosion, or even creating frost. But these are not mainstream among the dragons. The Dragon of the Mind occupies the greatest number of dragons, with Dragon King Ankerwelt as their representative. The Beyonder pathway that stems from the Dragon of the Mind is the Spectator. In the City of Silver, we typically call it the Dragon Pathway. With regards to similar trades, Derek had initially prepared to regurgitate the historical texts, but upon discovering that Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man didn't seem to share the same world, he gradually realized the value of the widely known history of the City of Silver. Thus, he only talked about dragons this time, and spoke nothing of giants, elves, mutants, phoenixes, vampires, etc. The King of Dragons, Ankerwelt, this aligns with the records of the Church. Audrey nodded slightly, politely refraining from interrupting the son's narration. Derek recalled the contents of his textbook and said, "Back then, the most powerful and most terrifying dragon was the Dragon King Ankerveld, also known as the Dragon of Imagination. Apart from it, his son, Alzuhard, blanketed the sky as well, overlooking the famous powerful figures across the land and sea. Its name was the Dragon of Nightmare. Regarding the Dragon of Imagination Ankerveld, there was a legend that whatever he imagined would manifest. The kingdom he imagined would definitely descend upon the material world. The future, it declares, would definitely play out and become reality." This, Klein suddenly frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that Justice Audrey was focused on listening to the son, she definitely would have noticed his abnormality, even if he was covered by the thick gray fog. The description made him think of sealed artifact 008. A declared future would definitely play out. They share similar characteristics. Klein leaned back in his chair. He looked relaxed, but in fact, he was even more focused. Dragon of Imagination, how cool. That's the mark of a deity. Audrey's eyes lit up when she heard him, filled with excitement and anticipation. Derek paused for a few seconds before continuing. Its son, Dragon of Nightmare, Alzuhard, is similarly terrifying. It can control the hearts of every living creature and make them act according to his will, and these living creatures will find it hard to sense it, believing that their actions were of their own will. It will also fabricate real nightmares into reality, causing many living creatures to unknowingly participate in them. It would then give them the cruelest and shocking ends. Legend has it that it especially loves mischief, that it will let a prince kiss a princess to wake her up, but the princess has already mostly rotten away. It will make ordinary girls wear dancing shoes and dance in front of the prince, but find themselves unable to do so until their deaths. It will create all kinds of coincidences and push the fates of many living creatures towards tragedy. All kinds of coincidences. This sounds even more like a 008. Of course, I don't know much about the sealed artifact. Klein resisted the urge to stroke his chin as he made himself look like an immutable ancient well. What a vile dragon, however. Its abilities are very interesting, Audrey said, half sighing, half excited. Is this the future of the spectator pathway? No, I have to call it the dragon pathway. I don't want to switch to another sequence. Audrey wished that she could immediately become a Sequence 7 psychiatrist and continue her rapid advancement. The son Derek answered sincerely. It has been 2,000 to 3,000 years since the history of the dragon and the giant king. Everything I know comes from textbooks and legends, so there is no guarantee of its authenticity. At least your history remains intact. Audrey was in a good mood. And then, the Creator awoke, and the Dragon of Imagination, the Dragon of Nightmare, and other famous dragons fell from the sky, losing everything, including their lives. This resulted in a lack of sunlight for 49 days, causing countless volcanoes to erupt, as well as tides that drowned everything. And after the dragons declined, they could only hide away in various dangerous areas. Later on, the giant king was destroyed by the Creator as well, Derek said in a heavy tone. This is different from the history I know. Wasn't it the Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom who led humanity to defeat the dragons, giants, and kill their kings? Audrey felt confused, as though time and history were somehow out of place. Klein was also puzzled by this, and felt that the true history was riddled with mysteries, especially as it was from the Second Epic, a time more ancient than history. Most of the legends recorded in the Church's ancient texts should be fake, but the history of the City of Silver cannot be completely believed. What would real history be like? He gathered his thoughts, smiled, and asked, "Is the exchange over?" "That's all I know," Derek replied in shame. He felt that the information he had provided didn't match the value of the light supplement potion formula. Audrey quietly drew a breath as the corners of her mouth curved upwards. "I'm very satisfied. I know my future direction," she added happily in her mind. After a few more exchanges, Klein announced the end of this week's Tarot Club. After sending off Miss Justice and the others, he didn't linger any longer and quickly returned to his bedroom to reduce the risk of being discovered by others. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Count Hall, Audrey happily paced back and forth, planning to reward Susie with a few dog treats. Just then, she heard a knock at the door. From the sound of her footsteps and the gate, she could tell that it was her personal maid, Annie. "Come in." Audrey looked at the mirror, smoothed her hair, and straightened her back. Annie came in with a piece of paper and smiled. "Miss, a telegram for you came from the southern continent." "Southern continent? Alfred?" Audrey suddenly thought of her elder brother, took the paper in delight and examined it closely. It was indeed from her second elder brother, Alfred Hall. He had sent a telegram from the east coast of the Balam Empire, and it read, "I found the rainbow salamander you wanted. 2 in total. Please await its delivery." "But I don't need it anymore." Audrey froze, blinked, and turned her head sharply to Susie. The large golden retriever wagged her tail with a stupefied expression. Chapter 239. Each having their own gathering. "Well, I don't need it anymore, but I can give it to Susie, and I can exchange it for other Beyonder ingredients. Well, Susie's potion is still short of the spinal fluid from a Farsman rabbit. Some things are easier left to Susie. It's far more convenient for her than for me. Every famous detective needs a good assistant." Uh-huh. Audrey quickly made her decision. To her, this was no longer something she particularly cared about. As she put down the telegram, her pleasure subsided, and the worries of reality began to emerge. "I still owe Mr. Fool intelligence regarding the Secret Order, the mission to assassinate the Inti's ambassador, and a request from his adorer. I finally experienced the feeling of being riddled in debt. We can't delay any longer. Let's start." The girl quietly clenched her fists. She wanted to find a pen and paper and write a letter to Viscount Glaint so that he could arrange for her to meet Shio and Force as soon as possible. She needed to delegate the mission. She picked up a fountain pen, dipped it in ink, and suddenly Audrey held her wrist in midair without writing. She had just thought of a crucial problem, which was that she knew very little about the Inti's ambassador, Bakerland. In such cases, it was easy to misjudge the difficulty of a mission, either because no one was willing to accept it, or because the mission had been entrusted to an unsuitable person, dooming the mission to fail at the very beginning. The resulting growing cost wasn't her main concern. Instead, she believed that the Fool would better reward her and help her even further. After pondering for a moment, Audrey turned her head to her maidservant Annie and said, "Tell Countess Jaria that I accept her invitation and will punctually attend her ball tomorrow evening." Jaria was the wife of Count Wolf, and she had invited ambassadors to Lowen from every country to her upcoming ball, including Bakerland's Jean Maiden. Audrey had planned on declining the invitation with the excuse of being sick, but now she was interested in the ball. After she observed Ambassador Bakerland and gathered enough information, she would meet with Shio and Force. Audrey suddenly felt the excitement of participating in a major event that she always dreamed of. First manor in the Rorstead Archipelago, City of Generosity, Byam. Having returned to the real world, Alger Wilson changed into attire that was considered gaudy in the Intis Republic, and went through the back door of the hotel into the alley and made several detours. He stopped in front of a house with no garden or lawn and put on a familiar white mask. Next, he knocked on the door with 3 heavy knocks and 2 light ones, separating them with 2 lengthy pauses and 2 short pauses, respectively. After about 10 seconds, the door creaked open. A man wearing a pirate's headband stuck his head out and looked around quickly. "Come in," the man said with a deep voice as he made way. Without a word, Alger quietly walked into the room. Creak. The door slammed shut. At 15 Mint Street, Klein drew the curtains open and sat down at his desk. The information about the secret order that was given to him by the Hanged Man made him realize that his target might have certain connections to the Intis Republic. At the same time, he was reminded of the words the Hanged Man had used to describe the Antigonus family: strange and terrifying. The Beyonder who sneaked into my room last night to read the information and leave me a warning was indeed strange. The sequence pathway that the Antigonus family has in their control is the seer pathway, which the secret order possesses. The two can be equated. That is to say, one can speculate that the Beyonder from last night was a member of the secret order who works part-time as an Intis Republic spy. Or could the person not be a member of the secret order, but someone who used the connection between the Intis Republic and the secret order to obtain the corresponding formulas and potions? Klein began to boldly assume that as he carefully tried to verify. This can explain why my clown's premonition ability didn't trigger when the strange threadworm intruded. This is the suppression effect of a Beyonder from a higher sequence that shares the same pathway as me. Of course, it's also possible that the iron-black threadworm posed no concrete threat to me. Similarly, it can be explained why the threadworm infiltrated my room the same night that I wrote the information regarding Ian Wright. Furthermore, it went straight for the desk. The other party is equipped with seer abilities, making matters appear reasonably logical. After repeatedly verifying his speculation, Klein felt that his guess was very likely close to the truth. If the person in question is a relatively higher sequence Beyonder from the seer pathway, what sequence number would he be? And what would the potion name be? To have the threadworm in his control, could it be another component of a circus, the beast tamer? Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner while feeling amused. Perhaps my subsequent potion formula will be obtained from him. Is this the true meaning of the revelation I received from my former divination? Backlund really is the land of hope. Klein muttered a few words to himself and began to consider what to do next. He had entrusted the task of assassinating the Intis ambassador, Bakerland, to put an end to all latent dangers. He had to avoid suspicion, but he didn't have the ability needed to do so. After Ian Wright's whereabouts were revealed to both sides, he was confident that Ambassador Bakerland wouldn't have time to exact revenge on him in the near future and wouldn't add to his problems. Finding the extremely important item he mentioned was obviously what he was most concerned about. In other words, before that item is found, I will be safe. I won't need to rush to hire powerful Beyonder bodyguards. Even if there's any follow-up revenge, it's unlikely the ambassador will hire a high-sequence Beyonder to deal with me. It's neither economical nor necessary. After all, Backlund isn't his home ground. The highest possibility is that he would still get the Beyonder who sent the iron-black threadworm to infiltrate my room last night. He would at least be at Sequence 7, and perhaps even Sequence 6 or 5. He has the strength required and is familiar with the situation. When the time comes, I just need to hire a bodyguard according to this standard. I hope that before then, the ambassador will never be able to issue such an order. Klein looked out of the window at the fog, which had finally dissipated, seemingly in a daze. He decided to continue heading to Braveheart's bar tonight. Firstly, this was to come into contact with other Beyonders through Caspar so as to choose a suitable bodyguard. Secondly, he could find an opportunity to sell Mersault's Beyonder characteristic, gather some funds, and see if anyone was selling any powerful mystic items to enhance his strength. This was a plan that would never go out of date. After confirming his plan, Klein pretended to leisurely read the newspaper. He waited until the sky turned dark before slowly getting up and making himself tomato oxtail soup. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he drew the bedroom curtains as usual and decided not to open them tonight. Then, summoning himself and responding to himself, he turned into the unique spirit body, bringing back Azik's copper whistle, Mersault's Beyonder characteristic, the self-made charms, all sorts of materials, and the tarot cards to the real world, leaving behind only a few items, such as the bloodied contract. After doing all of this and equipping the corresponding items, Klein's strength returned to its peak, and he was once again half an expert in mysticism. He straightened his collar, took his hat and cane, and left 15 Minsk Street. Iron Gate Street inside Braveheart's bar. In exchange for a glass of beer, Klein found Caspars in a card room, playing Fighting Evil while betting on a boxer outside. He was leading quite a pleasant life. The familiar surroundings reminded Klein of the last time he had met Marich playing poker with more than 10 living corpses. He was suddenly glad that he hadn't brought Azik's copper whistle with him. If I carried the copper whistle that Mr. Azik had given me, I think that a dozen or so of Marich's zombies would mutiny on the spot and come to entertain me warmly. I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Klein stood by the door, nodding at Caspar's Kalinin to indicate his intentions. Caspars covered his cards and swore. He got up, walked to the door, and said in a low voice, "I'll take you to a place where the people, although they aren't as good as Marich, are pretty strong. As for whether or not you can make a deal, it has nothing to do with me. However, I have to warn you in advance. You are not to anger them, or you might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Of course, it's not easy to see the sun in Backlund after September." "Do I need to pay you?" Klein asked sincerely. Caspars nodded, pleased. £2. I can buy a revolver with that money at a weapons store. Although they set the price at more than £3, it can basically be haggled for around £2. Klein grumbled and gave Caspars 2 one-pound notes. Caspars turned his head to his fellow players to inform them that he was leaving. Hobbling along, he led Klein towards the bar's kitchen, and from there entered the back alley and circled around a darkened house. He took out an iron mask that could only cover half a face, handed it to Klein, and chuckled. "Just pretend that you bought this for £2. I can buy a lot more with £2. Klein wore the iron mask and deliberately messed up his hair. Seeing that he was ready, Caspars knocked on the door rhythmically. 7 or 8 seconds later, a small wooden board on the door was suddenly pulled open, revealing a pair of brown eyes behind it. After a long moment of scrutiny, Klein finally saw the door open behind him. A man wearing an iron mask stood there and handed Klein a hooded robe. He said to Caspars in a hoarse voice, "Next time, remember to tell me in advance. Otherwise, humph." He closed the door, turned, and led Klein through the darkened living room into the activity room on the first floor. There was a candle burning on the coffee table, and the room was dimly lit. There were about 10 people sitting on the sofas and chairs around the coffee table. They were all wearing hooded robes and wearing iron masks. After putting on the long robe, Klein quietly found a chair in a corner and sat down. He heard a fat-faced man complain, "Recently there has been a group of wild beasts in the sewers that have gnawed away a lot of the herbs I grew. They're very smart and didn't even touch the poisonous ones. I need someone to help me clean them up. You know, this isn't my specialty. I'm only good at concocting medicine and treating your illnesses. Chapter 240. Trying Your Luck. Good at concocting medicine, treating illnesses, and growing quite a few medicinal herbs in the sewers. Is he an apothecary? I wonder if he's a member of the Life School of Thought or a believer of Mother Earth. Of course, it's more likely for him to be unaffiliated. Klein listened thoughtfully, but didn't speak out carelessly. In the Lowen Kingdom, due to the Church of the Lord of Storms rejecting the eternal blazing sun and the God of knowledge and wisdom, while the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of the God of Combat were irreconcilable. As a result of this, among the foreign religions, only the Church of Mother Earth had obtained the right to preach, but under the tacit suppression from the three churches. They only had a few churches with very few believers, to the point that they didn't even need to form a team of Beyonders. And even if they did, they wouldn't be recognized by the government and couldn't cooperate with the police department. They would be considered as vigilantes. According to the confidential information of the Nighthawks, the Church of Mother Earth had two sequence paths in its control, Planter and Apothecary. However, the latter was apparently incomplete. The suspected apothecary didn't have his hood on. He revealed a black iron mask on his face, but it only covered the part above the bridge of his nose, making the quivering fat on his cheeks appear to stand out. I repeat, I need someone to clean up the newly appeared beast in the sewers. I only need the area around Backland Bridge cleaned up. Payment will be with 4 bottles of my precious medicine. 2 of them can effectively stop bleeding and stimulate the healing of wounds. Trust me, this is better than going to the clinic to do a suture operation, and it's effective for 6 months. The man suspected to be an apothecary stated his requirements and corresponding conditions. He suddenly let out a soft laugh and continued to describe the case. The other 2 bottles can last 1.5 months, and can allow a man to find the urges from back when he was 17 or 18 years old and become a Beyonder on the bed. Heh, you know what I mean. Even if it exceeds the use-by date, it can still produce effects, but it will also spread throughout the body. The user will become abnormally violent, and their strength, speed, and agility will greatly increase before exhaustion kicks in half an hour later. Why does he look like those old military doctors who plaster their tiny advertisements everywhere? And shamelessly promoting the effects of his expired drugs. Klein couldn't help but silently lampoon. Seeing the silent room after he said his piece, the suspected apothecary could only grit his teeth and say, I'll add 30 pounds on top of my 4 precious bottles of medicine. Finally, a man sitting somewhere along the periphery of the couches spoke up. He surveyed the area and said in a deep voice, I accept this commission. You should pay in advance with 2 bottles of medicine, 1 of each kind. Mr. Eye of Wisdom will bear witness. No problem, said an elder seated on a single sofa with a nod. The lines on his cheeks were deep, his skin a little shriveled, and his voice had an ancient quality to it, so Klein judged him to be an elderly gentleman. All right, the suspected apothecary heaved a sigh of relief. After the conclusion of this transaction, the gathering seemed to turn more lively. Soon a woman with her face completely covered by a hood said, I want to sell 2 weapons. Weapons? Klein adjusted his posture and became more focused. Since he was temporarily unable to advance, he could only increase his strength by using external items. One of them is an inscribed steel sword. It was smithed by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. It comes with purifying and evil-warding effects. It's the nemesis of water ghosts, wraiths, zombies, and other undead creatures. It can still be used for another 3 years. Of course, its sharpness is enough to kill. The woman's voice fluctuated in volume, a clear attempt to hide her characteristics. 500 pounds, or the Sequence 8 potion, Barbarian, and it will be yours. How expensive? For me, there's no reason I must have it. If I were to encounter an undead that I'm currently unable to deal with, blowing the whistle is the best solution. Even without Mr. Azik, the messenger alone should be able to intimidate many undead creatures. Klein shook his head and listened to the lady's introduction of the second weapon. Meat cleaver with exquisite mechanical structure. It can be transformed, making it easy to carry. This is a combat weapon made by an outstanding craftsman. It's rarely seen and will cost 25 pounds. There sure is a huge difference in pricing between weapons with Beyonder effects and those without. Klein watched from the sidelines until the steel sword was bought by a sullen gentleman in another corner, and the meat cleaver became part of Mr. Eye of Wisdom's collection. There were successes and failures in the few deals that followed. The only thing that tempted Klein was a fortune accessory, a Beyonder item that could make a person's luck with fortune rise for 3 months. However, this wasn't his main goal, and the price wasn't that great. Seeing that the atmosphere had turned silent once again, he slowly exhaled and said in a suppressed voice, "I want to sell something." After attracting everyone's attention, he took out an iron cigarette case and pushed out the crimson Beyonder, characteristic which resembled jelly. Without needing to organizing his words, he introduced it with something he had already prepared ahead of time. "This is something I obtained from a corpse. I'm not sure what use it has. It's just that I find it very magical. Maybe some of you know what this is." Klein deliberately didn't mention that this was a Beyonder characteristic, nor did he mention that the crimson jelly in his hand could replace the main ingredient of the Hunter potion. This involved the law of Beyonder characteristics' indestructibility, and he didn't want to benefit the members of this Beyonder gathering with this knowledge. In addition to this, Klein had the intention of probing to see if anyone there knew the law of Beyonder characteristics' indestructibility. Such a person would definitely be stronger than the rest, or perhaps someone with a powerful background, making them suitable as a bodyguard. At the same time, he continued to disguise himself as an ordinary person who didn't know much about the Beyonder community. Although the members of the gathering couldn't see his appearance through the iron mask, Kaspar's Kalinin knew what he looked like, and quite a few people in the room probably knew Kaspar's. Being careful and prudent were the two things Klein had emphasized to himself before leaving home today. Gazes examined the crimson object in his hand, but Klein wasn't a spectator and couldn't tell what they meant. After more than 10 seconds, no one spoke. The room was as quiet as a cemetery. At this moment, the old gentleman sitting on the sofa, Mr. Eye of Wisdom, coughed and said, "I have a rough idea of what it is and what it does, but knowledge needs to be exchanged with something in return. I'll pay 400 pounds. Believe me, it's a perfectly fair price. Of course, you have the right to refuse." The main ingredients of Sequence 9 potions are about 150 to 200 pounds. 2 are needed and they add up to about 400 pounds. The offer is very reasonable. This old gentleman with the code name Eye of Wisdom seems to recognize that this belongs to the Hunter sequence. He had no need for divination, and he was able to recognize it immediately. Could it be the Sequence 7 of the Sequencer's Pathway Appraiser? Klein thought for a moment and said, "Deal. However, sir, you don't need to rush to pay. I still have another request." "What request?" Eye of Wisdom asked in an old voice. Klein pondered and said, "The thing is, I offended someone. According to your circle, he should be Sequence 6, or maybe 5. I wish to hire a bodyguard." "Sequence 6, maybe Sequence 5. Why don't you just die quietly? If we reached that level, why would we be attending such a small gathering?" the suspected apothecary blurted out with a bit of a sneer in his astonishment. Although the other members of the party didn't say anything, from the looks of it, no one planned on accepting the request. Their thoughts were similar to those of the suspected apothecary. Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, "Maybe you don't know our circle well enough. People at Sequence 6 or Sequence 5 are very, very powerful and terrifying people. Yes, there have been many cases of a lot of Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 Beyonders killing someone that strong. But those are events that are still very hard to replicate. I think no one here is willing to take such a huge risk to protect you, if you're certain that the other party is only Sequence 6 and doesn't have any mystical items, there might be someone who will want to accept the challenge this mission entails." "Well, I'm not sure." Klein shrugged and said, "Then I'll have to try to save myself. What can I get for 400 pounds? The mystical item you were talking about?" "Believe me, a mystical item worth 400 pounds certainly won't be able to deal with your enemy, and it will even bring you more danger. I suggest that you apologize to him. Sincerely apologize, and perhaps 400 pounds will be enough to buy his understanding," Eye of Wisdom said sincerely. "Frankly, I've thought about it, but I don't think they'll accept it." Klein was about to answer when the man who had accepted the task of cleaning the sewer beast suddenly laughed. "Maybe you can try your luck. I have a mystical item here that I can sell you for 400 pounds. It can let you hear the voice of a great being. If you're lucky and can decipher some useful information, you'll become very powerful, and it will no longer be difficult for you to protect yourself. Well, if you're unlucky and end up deciphering a curse, or fail to decipher it, then you'll be hurt, or even end up dying. Do you want to take the gamble?" Before he could finish his sentence, Eye of Wisdom growled, "Black Snake, don't mention that ominous item of yours." Black Snake laughed and said, "I'm not lying. I'm not violating the rules here either. I told him about the advantages and disadvantages and left him to make his own choice." The probability of getting useful information is approximately 10%. Do you want to take the gamble? The Russian roulette of the Beyonder world, hearing the voice of a great being. Is this the Aurora Order's listener? An item left behind after a listener lost control? Klein looked at Black Snake that he suspected to be a member of the Aurora Order and made many connections. "Perhaps I can bet on it?" "No, I can't call it a bet because I'll bring this item to the world above the gray fog before using it. I can already bring real objects there. This way I can avoid most of the danger. However, this is only an item left behind by a Sequence 8 Beyonder. The corresponding benefit might not be that good. 400 pounds isn't cheap." As his thoughts raced through his mind, Klein nodded solemnly and said, "Deal." Chapter 241, Language of Foulness. There was only a single candle that illuminated the room. The atmosphere in the living room was so silent that it was as if everything had frozen. A few seconds later, the suspected apothecary finally muttered, "Why don't you leave an address? That way I can get something out of your body." He looks like he's cursing me, but he's actually persuading me otherwise. Klein pretended not to understand and said to Black Snake, "I don't have any chance of survival if I don't gamble. There'll be that sliver of hope if I gamble on it. I won't sit back and wait for death." Hearing this, Eye of Wisdom, who was about to say something, shut his mouth because he couldn't offer any other hope. "I really admire your character," Black Snake laughed. "I also admire you. In the past, I had quite a few friends who had such characters. Now, I visit their tombstones every year and place a bunch of flowers there," the suspected apothecary mused in a mocking but actually persuasive manner. He didn't care that Black Snake was a better fighter than he was. He said whatever he wanted to. Mr. Apothecary must have suffered because of his temper. Klein was secretly grateful. He handed the iron cigarette case containing the Hunter Beyonder characteristic to the attendant who brought it to Eye of Wisdom. The old gentleman counted out 400 pounds in cash from the suitcase beside him and got the attendant to pass it on to Blacksnake. Blacksnake casually took a glance and said, "I believe in Mr. Eye of Wisdom." He took out a small wooden box, bent down, and placed it on the ground. He pushed the box so that the object slid to Klein without going through the attendant. The moment Klein's fingers touched the surface of the box, he heard faint illusory sounds and immediately felt a strong sense of dizziness. For him, this wasn't something he couldn't handle. It wasn't even comparable to the illusory voices of justice and company when they pray to him. After sitting up straight again, Klein carefully opened the wooden box and saw an ear inside. The ears looked real, except that the skin was dark and there were a few green areas where it had rotted. "How do I use it?" Klein asked. Blacksnake casually replied, "Grasping it without gloves is the same as using it. Heh, you'd better go home and try it when you're alone." Klein didn't ask any further questions. He closed the box and put it into his pocket. He deliberately smiled bitterly and said, "This makes me dizzy." After a short moment of silence, the suspected apothecary suddenly shouted, "I want to buy Spring of the Elves' Marrow crystals. Who has it?" As his voice echoed in the air, no one answered. The apothecary smacked his lips and mumbled, "Seriously, there's no answer every time this is asked." "Maybe you could book a cruise to Sonia Island," Eye of Wisdom quipped. The Spring of the Elves was also known as the Sonia Golden Springs, and one could tell from its name where it came from. The Spring of the Elves was a commonly seen liquid and was an object with rich spirituality. However, the marrow crystals were considered beyonder ingredients and not easily purchasable. After that, there were a few failed transactions at the gathering. Eye of Wisdom clapped his hands and said, "Let's end it here today. According to the convention, we leave one by one, each separated by 3 minutes. Leaving one by one, each separated by 3 minutes. This is to prevent the gathering members from being tailed and robbed." When Klein received the signal from Eye of Wisdom, he stood up and, guided by the attendant, left the activity room and went to the door. He took off his hooded robe and handed it back to the attendant before following the path in his memories back to the back door of the Bravehearts bar. He then removed his iron mask and walked through the kitchen to see Kaspars standing outside the card room, over the barking of dogs and clamoring of people. "I'm delighted that you could come back." The red-nosed elder heaved a sigh of relief, the nasty wounds on his face seemingly trembling. "Here." Klein leaned over and said in a low voice, "Are there such gatherings in the future? It seems like you didn't get what you wanted. Holy Lord of Storms, I don't think you should continue wasting your time." Kaspars scanned this customer he felt worried for. "Maybe it'll take a few days. I don't know the details. Let's see if you can make it in time." Klein nodded and asked, "Is Marek here?" "You're still trying to convince him?" "No, it will only anger him," Kaspars warned him in a deep voice. "He's in the card room behind you." "No, I'm not going to convince him. I'm trying to stay as far away from him as possible so that his zombies won't go into mutiny." Klein touched Ozik's copper whistle in his pocket. "I understand." He left the Bravehearts bar at once, went to the one-bedroom apartment in East Borough to relieve himself before returning to Minsk Street. Inside the card room, Marek had gone all in and confidently flipped open his cards. He had 3 kings and a pair of 9s, and the zombie opposite him had a pair of 6s and an 8. Suddenly, the zombie took the initiative to reveal its hidden cards. A pair of 6s. This round, it won with 4 6s. The pale Marek sat there blankly and immediately felt all the surrounding zombies coldly staring at him. A few minutes later, he staggered out the card room on shaky feet and almost collapsed at the door while his usual entourage of subordinates inside the room fell to the ground, "Don't let anyone in before dawn," Marek ordered in a hoarse voice as he looked at the stunned Kaspars. He took out a white handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth. The handkerchief was quickly dyed with a dark blue tint with some redness. After receiving Kaspars's acknowledgement, Marek found a chair to sit and asked for a barrel of Southville beer. He stared blankly as he drank. At 15 Mint Street, Klein followed his usual routine of washing up and returning to his room before he drew the curtains. After waiting for over 10 minutes and confirming that there were no specks of spirituality around, he started to summon himself. He responded to himself and brought the wooden box containing the black ear into the mysterious space above the gray fog. The illusory crimson stars didn't twinkle at all, as Klein sat at the seat of honor of the long ancient table and opened the wooden box. This time, he didn't hear any murmurs or feel dizzy. The boundless gray fog seemed to isolate all external sounds. Klein let out a sigh of relief. He was now much more confident with his impending attempt, and much more confident about his own safety. With a thought, he blocked his own hearing and performed a few experiments to confirm the effects. "That's right." Klein nodded in satisfaction, reached out and grabbed the black ear with signs of rot. He felt its coldness and slipperiness, but he didn't hear the voice of the great being that was described by Blacksnake. "Completely isolated? This won't do. It's impossible to use it alone," Klein muttered to himself, puzzled as he thought of the methods he could use to stimulate an effect. After a dozen or so seconds, he conjured a pen and paper, intending to emulate the process he used to spy on the eternal blazing sun previously. "That time I looked directly at the eternal blazing sun through the use of divine blood. This time I'm only using the remains left behind by a listener, so it definitely isn't that dangerous." Klein wrote down a divination statement without any hesitation. "The origin of this item." He took a breath, held the black ear, and leaned back as he recited the divination statement. After reciting it 7 times, his eyes darkened as he entered a deep slumber. In this blurry, shattered, and gray world, Klein saw a man struggling on the ground. He rolled, screamed, and his eyes bulged out. His body swelled like a balloon, and countless hairs on his body turned black and long. Soon after, an extremely evil and foul voice rang in Klein's ears, waking him up instantly. It was different from the ravings and howling that came from the mysterious space above the gray fog. This sound was more penetrating, more purposeful, and more active. Klein covered his ears and isolated any fallout, but the same voice echoed in his head. He saw his vessels and veins bulge out as if they had become thick, squirming, venomous snakes. Bang! His blood vessels burst and his veins broke off from his body, spreading out into slippery tentacles filled with sinister patterns. The gray fog slightly swayed, making the giant's palace look like it was about to corrode. Unlike the incident with the eternal blazing sun, Klein still retained his sanity and didn't roll over on the ground. He gripped the handrail tightly and endured the pain. After a few seconds, the slightly swaying gray fog regained its calm, and the evil voice that echoed in Klein's mind completely died down. One tentacle after another fell to the ground, and his wounds began to rapidly heal. Interacting with deities is truly a dangerous matter, regardless of the method. Thankfully, I didn't face the true creator directly this time. If not, I'll have remnants of madness and signs of losing control and would affect my body in the real world. Klein weakly leaned back into his chair and silently mocked himself. This process was within his expectations, and it didn't go out of his control. The only thing that surprised him was that the true creator appeared to be slightly stronger than the eternal blazing sun. Just as Klein's thoughts were about to wander off, he saw the black ear in his palm suddenly crumbled, turning into tiny specks of black light. It has become a pure Beyonder characteristic. Amidst his confusion, he saw through the corner of his eyes that the sinister patterned tentacles were still twitching on the ground. They were the aspects of madness and loss of control that had been stripped from his body. These tentacles gradually turned transparent and were about to disappear. A flash of brilliance came to Klein's mind. He scattered the tiny black light specks in his palm at those slippery tentacles. An illusionary black gas rose up and turned into a sky that constantly streaked with lightning. The background was extremely dense and gloomy. All of this quickly disappeared from Klein's eyes. On the surface of the iron-black charm on the ground were many symbols, magic labels, sinister patterns, and twisted path numbers. Klein bent down and picked it up, with the feeling that what was sealed inside were howling maniacs. With the help of his divination techniques, he was able to barely decipher the use of this charm from its revelation. It was to let the opponent hear a terrifying roar, infecting them with madness. As for the final result, it depended on the target's ability to resist such attacks. If the target was strong, then they might benefit from it, but the price was becoming a devout believer of the true creator, and if he was weak, he would collapse on the spot, dying amidst tragic cries. "I'll call it language of foulness," Klein muttered, and set an incantation to activate it. Chapter 242, Bakerland. Early Tuesday morning, Klein woke up naturally and prepared 2 slices of toast, a piece of butter, a serving of bacon, and a cup of coffee before leisurely reading a newspaper while having breakfast. With the terrifying language of foulness charm, he was much more at ease. He was no longer as tense as he was before. Klein finished flipping through the Backlund Bulletin, picked up the Tussock Times, and saw a news article on the second page. At 2 o'clock this morning, there was a fierce gunfight at Red Brick Alley in the East Borough. According to the police, it is suspected to be a clash between 2 gangs, one of which is the notorious Smanger Gang. The Smanger Gang, Red Brick Alley in the East Borough. A thought occurred to Klein as he left the dining table and found the map of Backlund. With just a glance, he noticed that Red Brick Alley wasn't far from Bacardi Street. Furthermore, Ian Wright had previously appeared at the telegraph office on Bacardi Street. Was Red Brick Alley where Ian Wright was hiding? Was the violent conflict between the military's special department and the intelligence staff of the NTI's Republic? I wonder what the result will be. Klein picked up the last of the bacon, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly. He had informed both sides about the divination the previous morning, and they had already locked onto Ian's location that very night, which implied quite a high level of efficiency. After taking a sip of coffee, Klein put down the newspaper and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he heard the tinkling of the doorbell. Who is it? Klein wiped his mouth with a napkin and headed for the door, puzzled. Could it be a new commission? For the past few days, I've been out and about because of the Intai's ambassador. I wonder how many jobs and potential clients I've lost. It's such a waste of my advertising money. If this goes on, my finances will be stretched to the limit. Klein suddenly thought of something and opened the door. Standing outside were 2 ladies, one of them being Mrs. Sammer, who wore a dressing gown. She had intricate makeup on her face, making her look more beautiful than at home, and nothing like she was in her 30s. The other lady wore a wide-brimmed hat with a black tartan veil, and a darker, more fluffy dress. "Detective Moriarty, I have a friend who needs your help." Stellin Semmer held on to her veiled hat, but there was no hint of a smile in her blue eyes. "Please come in." Klein pointed to the living room, and while he was turning around, he took the opportunity to fasten the top button of his shirt and adjusted his black vest. Stellin nodded slightly and, without another word, led the black-veiled lady into the room. She knew the place very well, and without Klein's guidance, easily found the sofa and took her seat. Klein wanted to immediately start asking, but then thought about Stellan Sammer's style of doing things, so he asked with a smile, "Coffee or tea?" In his eyes, Mrs. Sammer was a lady who pursued a high quality of life and tried to show her superiority all the time. "There's no need." The other lady took off her hat. She had good features, but the combination was disappointing. In addition, her cheekbones were too high, and she looked older than her actual age. A little anger, a little sadness, a little hesitation, a little fear. Klein read the lady's emotions. It wasn't that he suddenly possessed the abilities of a spectator, but that the lady's actions were just too obvious. Yes, neither coffee nor tea can solve the problem. Stellan imitated a position found in magazines, trying her best to appear classy. "This is Mrs. Mary Gale, a shareholder of Coam Company." "What would you like to entrust me with, Mrs. Gale?" Klein sat down on a single-seater, leaning forward slightly and resting his arms on his thighs. "Don't call me Mrs. Gale. Just call me Mary." Mary Gale pursed her lips. "I wish for you to tail my husband and confirm if he has a mistress. It's best if you can obtain material evidence." As a result of the Church of the Evernight Goddess's active push for years, the Lowen Kingdom was more radical in its marriage laws than the other countries, such as Feysack, Intais, and Lenberg. It stipulated that those who committed adultery had to pay a financial price for it, which meant that the adulterer would be at an absolute disadvantage during the division of property. I've heard that at least 4 out of 10 of the other private detectives are investigating extramarital affairs. I didn't expect that I would receive such a job, too. Klein said thoughtfully, "Material evidence is not easy to obtain." "I'll lend you the latest portable camera," Mary replied without any hesitation. "As long as you have the evidence, I will pay you £10. If you only confirm that he has a mistress, you will only receive £3. "You mean the so-called portable camera that's about 2/3 the size of my head? £10, this isn't a low price. Mr. Klein has been focusing on entrepreneurship and knew about the latest cameras." He hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, "All right, but you have to provide me with detailed information about your husband and his regular activities." "No problem." Mary paused for a second before gathering all her strength to say it. "Oh, thank you for your help. I hope you won't tell anyone else about this," Stellan reminded him. Hearing this, Klein immediately sighed. "I'm a person who upholds confidentiality, and I often get into trouble for that." In the lobby of Count Wolf's house, men and women were dancing amid violin tunes. Audrey was carrying a glass of pale gold champagne when she accidentally bumped into the Intis Republic ambassador to Lowen, Bakerland Jean Madan. "You're the most beautiful young lady I've ever met." Bakerland, with his thin face and slight stubble, pecked Audrey's white gauzed glove with a kiss, according to propriety customs. His eyes looked passionate and bold. Audrey rolled her eyes and said with a chuckle, "Is this the way people from Intis talk?" "Yes, we are never stingy with praise for beautiful things." Bakerland chuckled. "If it wasn't for the style of the Lowen Kingdom, I might have called you my angel." "Old pervert." Audrey maintained her graceful smile and said, "The people of Lowen and Intais are indeed different." "Hey, that makes me think of a joke. Please allow me to be presumptuous." Bakerland squinted his eyes and said, "After a good time with a beautiful girl, most Lowen men would say, 'Oh dear, I'd like a cigarette,' but most Intis men would say—" He deliberately paused, and Audrey tilted her head, trying her best to keep her nausea in check while looking puzzled. What would they say? Most of the Inti's men would say, "Oh baby, I have to return now and can't be discovered by my wife." Bakerland raised his glass and laughed. People who can laugh at themselves always have an additional charm to them. Audrey smiled politely. Her beautiful, clear, dark green eyes suddenly turned to look behind Ambassador Bakerland. "I'm sorry, a friend is looking for me." "It's a pleasure talking to you." Bakerland bowed and moved aside. Audrey moved forward gracefully and didn't look back again. Just as she was considering who she should find as the object of her excuse, a young gentleman approached her and, lowering his voice, warned her, "Audrey, don't be fooled by that Ambassador Bakerland. He's a dirty old man. I don't know how many women he's tricked into bed." "Bakerland is lustful. This is in line with my observations. This is a weakness." Audrey smiled without hiding her disgust. "Cance, do you have a misconception about me? Goddess, how could I be bewitched by that Ambassador Bakerland? His cologne makes me want to vomit. His words are so foul, and his taste is like a male peacock." Cance was Viscount Lyrasin's youngest son, and their family was on fairly good terms with the Hall family. According to Audrey, Cance had entered MI9 after graduating from Tingen University, and had become quite enigmatic. Her original plan had been to have a chat with Ambassador Buckland and observe him up close before using the pretext of exasperation to get more information from Cance and his other friends from the intelligence community to learn more about him. To her surprise, she didn't need to seek out Cance Learson, since he came over and started the corresponding conversation on his own accord. "Your feelings are correct." Cance gave a sincere smile. He surveyed his surroundings and whispered, "Besides, Bakerland is a very dangerous fellow." "How dangerous?" Audrey asked curiously. "Have you heard of Beyonders? I know that you've always been interested in such matters," Cance said with some deliberation. Audrey gently nodded. "I know quite a bit, most of it being told to me by Glaint." Cance took a glance at Bakerland, who was chatting with an affluent lady, and said with a serious expression, "He's Entice's intelligence head in our kingdom. He's done numerous atrocities, but we haven't been able to gather any evidence of his crimes. He's a Sequence 6, a conspiracist." He didn't go into details with an outsider like Audrey, nor did he mention that conspiracist was part of the Hunter pathway. However, Audrey was already aware of this. She feigned naivety and sighed. "He's really amazing. He has an assistant in the shadows, one that has perhaps reached Sequence 5. In addition to that, all of the Inti's intelligence agents in the kingdom are under his management. Many of them are Beyonders. Unfortunately, we only know a few of them," Cance added in passing. "Don't be too happy if Bakerland praises you either. It's not what he truly thinks. He just wants to use this opportunity to gather more information." "I don't like what you're saying." Audrey looked up at the ornate chandelier and thought for a few seconds. "Is Bakerland very smart? You haven't managed to get any incriminating evidence." "He truly is good at scheming, but he also has a lot of problems. He likes to chase after women and loves the feeling of romance. He takes risks and is quite radical. If it wasn't for his identity as an ambassador, preventing us from taking action easily, he would have been captured long ago." Cance stroked his chin and said, "However, he'll be replaced very soon. Very soon." "Why?" Audrey asked in surprise. "My dear, beautiful lady, this isn't something you should know." Cance adhered to the principle of confidentiality. When the ball was almost over, Audrey, who had gathered quite a bit of information, found Viscount Glaint and asked him to help her contact Shio and Force. Chapter 243, Catching the Adulterous Act, Wednesday morning, across from the Coam Company, in the Chairwood Borough. Klein was sitting on a wooden bench outside the Gardelais department store, clutching a paper bag containing the most famous Cindy Desi pie in the area with one hand, and holding a cup of iced tea in the other. Beside him, a tramp was curled up on the other side of the bench, sleeping. 10 minutes later, the mall's security guard woke him up and shooed him away. Klein wore gold-rimmed spectacles, which didn't provide for any vision correction, and a silk half-top hat. He didn't look much different from most of the gentlemen around him. He idly looked across the street at the Coim Company, lifted his right hand, and took a large bite of the Cindy Desi pie. He felt the rich aroma gush out and fill his oral cavity. The reason why this pie from Desi Bay stood out amongst the southern pies was that it used a lot of oil and fat, but the meat was chopped into very tiny bits. With the fat and lean meat mixed together, it didn't feel too heavy. The rich, meaty juice seeped into the outer crust, neutralizing the dryness and made up for its shortcomings. The wheat fragrance was clearly brought out, and the small pieces of crushed apples were used to stimulate appetite with a slightly sour and sweet taste while neutralizing the oily taste. It's okay. Although the weather isn't good and the pollution is terrible, Buckland is far superior to Tingen in many other aspects. Foods of all styles can be found everywhere. There are all kinds of operas and plays available. They can be enjoyed as long as one isn't afraid to spend money. Although I might not necessarily eat or partake in such entertainment, I have these options at the very least. This is the advantage of a big city. Klein raised his sweet iced tea and took a sip. He never took his eyes off the Coim Company's entrance. For that £10, he had been sitting there since 8 in the morning. Even his breakfast was bought on the way there. Of course, for most private detectives, a commission of £10 was an absolutely enviable business, equivalent to about 3 weeks' salary for a member of the middle class. According to the information provided by Mary Gale, her husband was currently the first manager of Coim Company, and was Luke Sammer's superior. However, their shares in the Coim Company came from Mary's father, and Mary had inherited it. One of the immediate reasons she suspected her husband of having a mistress was that an employee in the company had divulged to her that Doragu Gale would leave the office on Wednesday and Friday mornings alone, and only return in the afternoon. In addition, he would leave work early for 2 days a week, and Mary had never seen her husband return home before 7. After breakfast, Klein waited another hour, plus before seeing his target walk out of Coim. He was wearing a black top hat, a double-breasted tweed coat, and a standard bow tie. He was slightly fat with yellowish temples, slightly brownish eyes, and a slightly long face. Doragu Gale. He silently recited his target's name, stood up, picked up his cane and his heavy portable camera, and crossed the road. Instead of getting his carriage driver to pick him up, he stood by the side of the road and looked around for a rental carriage. Klein took the opportunity to cross the road and arrive beside him. Pretending to be careless, he bumped into his target. "Sorry, I'm quite lost." Klein bowed his head in apology. Doragu frowned, but remained silent, waving his hand to indicate that it didn't matter. Klein bent down, bowed, and walked to the end of the street. He didn't run into Doragu in order to steal his belongings and use the dowsing method to easily track him. That would have been easily noticeable. Instead, Klein had only done one thing when he collided with Doragu. With the help of his agility as a clown, he had secretly slipped a spare button of his into one of the pockets of Doragu's double-breasted coat. Going around a corner, he stopped and looked back just in time to see Doragu board a rental carriage. Klein was in no hurry to tail him. He waited patiently for a few minutes before slowly getting into another horse carriage and said to the carriage driver, "Just go according to my instructions. Head to the end of the street first." "All right." The driver didn't ask why. Inside the carriage, Klein leaned his cane and began performing a divination. However, his divination statement wasn't directed at Doragu Gale. Instead, it became, "The whereabouts of the spare button of my clothes." The dowsing rod seeking was originally the most practical technique to find objects. Only seers were able to use it to seek people. Now, Klein was using it in its original form. The easiest and most convenient items to find were those that belonged to himself. Along the way, Klein kept getting the carriage driver to change directions until they finally arrived at a street house in the Hillston borough. When they first circled it, Klein noticed that there were gardens and lawns behind the house, which was different from the other houses. His dowsing method told him that Doragu Gale was inside that house. After paying the 2 soli fare, Klein walked to the door with marble statues outside. He saw 2 men in black and white plaid uniforms that resembled the police uniform. "I don't know you. Where's your proof of membership?" One of them, a brown-skinned man of Southern Continent blood, stopped Klein. "Proof of membership?" Klein hid his heavy camera behind him and asked with a slight frown. The brown-skinned man immediately turned stern. "This is the Kirlag Club. Only our members and up to one of their guests can enter." Klein tersely acknowledged. "Then how can I join your club?" "You can only join after receiving a recommendation from 2 members. The brown-skinned man didn't brutally chase him away, but patiently answered the question. He couldn't guarantee that Klein would end up joining the club eventually. "All right." Klein pursed his lips and decided to put Plan B into motion. He found a hotel near the Quelaag Club and got a short stay room for 4 hours. Then he locked the door behind him, drew the curtains, and entered the space above the gray fog. He conjured a yellowish-brown goatskin and a fountain pen in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Klein wrote the exact same divination sentence as before. "The whereabouts of the spare button of my clothes." This time he didn't use the dowsing method, but a dream divination. The reason why he didn't do it in the real world was because Klein felt that the Quelaag Club seemed to be quite a high-end club, and he suspected that there might be some powerful Beyonders inside. In order to not waste time, he decided to get it done once and for all. In the gray, dreamy world, Klein was the first to see Doragu's black coat, which was hung on a coat rack. On the carpet in front of it was a round table. The scene zoomed out, and the sight of a romping man and woman entered Klein's eye. The man was Doragu Gale. The woman had shimmering blonde hair who looked rather young. She was in her early 20s at most. The pained expression with her knitted brows does look rather coquettish. Why am I always seeing scenes such as this? Klein covered his eyes and woke up. The fact that Doragu has a mistress is confirmed. How do I get material evidence? By responding to my prayers. But this is limited to what I can obtain with my own body. I can only do it through sketching and not through the camera. I can't possibly draw a picture with my bare hands, can I? It looks like today won't do. I'll tail that girl and find out her address and name later. I refuse to believe that they'll be inside the Quelaag Club every time they meet. Detective Klein quickly came up with his next course of action. Just as he was about to leave the mysterious space above the gray fog, he suddenly thought of something. He decided to take the opportunity to divine if the iron-black threadworm which had infiltrated his room was under the control of a Beyonder of the Seer pathway. He didn't do so before because he felt that the relevant information was too scarce, and it was difficult to create something out of nothing which would result in a failed divination. It would have been the same if he was above the gray fog. Furthermore, he had various matters to divine the few times he came above the gray fog previously, and he didn't have the capacity to bother with such a question. Now that he was free, he decided that it wouldn't hurt to do the divination. As for the question of whether it was risky to contact Azik, he had already long divined it. The answer was that it was risky and not something trivial, so he could only use it as his last resort. After writing the corresponding divination statement, Klein removed the silver chain from his sleeve and allowed the topaz pendant to hang over the paper. The iron-black threadworm that sneaked into my room was controlled by a beyonder from the seer pathway. After repeating it 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw that the spirit pendulum was spinning clockwise with great amplitude and frequency. Positive. The answer is positive. Shouldn't it have failed? Klein didn't expect to obtain such an answer. According to his seer instincts, such a divination was likely to fail. Why? He frowned and thought for a while before deciding to switch to a different method of divination and target. He wanted to directly divine the controller using dream divination. This time, Klein saw nothing in his dream and couldn't get the corresponding revelation about the seer pathway beyonder. That's more like it, he muttered, and thought back to the prior divination and fell into deep thought. They should have been a lack of conditions and result in a failed divination, just like the one that followed. Could it be that this mysterious space had filled in the necessary conditions? Does it contain something of the seer pathway? Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had a bold idea. Perhaps the mysterious space above the gray fog had something to do with the path of the seer pathway. Klein lightly rapped the edge of the ancient table. Despite thinking about it, he couldn't find any other evidence. He could only temporarily put this matter on hold and prepare for his return to the real world. Regardless, I've confirmed at least one thing. The mid-sequence beyonder beside the ambassador is from the seer pathway, and whether he's a member of the seer doesn't matter. This might be my chance of obtaining the sequence 7 and even the sequence 6 potion formula. Klein extended his spirituality and wrapped it around him before plunging into the gray fog. Meanwhile, in Viscount Glaint's study, Audrey let the master of the study guard the door while she looked at Shio and Force. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "I need your help with a mission." "What mission?" Shio's eyes lit up as if she could smell the ink on the bills. Audrey gave her a polite smile. "Assassinate the Inti's ambassador to the Lowen Kingdom, Bakerland Jean Madden. Chapter 244, Appointee." "What?" Force touched her earlobes, wondering if she had heard wrongly. The beautiful, naive, curious, and scatterbrained Miss Audrey actually assigned an assassination mission. Furthermore, the target is the ambassador of Intis, a powerful country in the northern continent. Shio was slow on the uptake as she hesitantly said, "Our strength isn't enough to complete this mission." The first thing she considered was the difficulty of the mission. Audrey ignored her question and allowed her to imagine the reason. She said with faint dimples showing, "I'm not asking you to take the job. I just wish for you to find a beyonder with the strength to complete it. For example, Mr. A, I'll pay you 4,000 gold pounds for this. Of course, this is only my initial offer. The details are negotiable. If it eventually succeeds, I'll pay you 500 pounds. Even if the mission ends up failing, you will receive 200 pounds due to the risk you have taken." Her uninvested annuity and the rest of the bounty was around 13,000 pounds. However, any large utilization of it would certainly attract the attention of Count Hall, and even the Varvat Bank would investigate. She had calculated that 5,000 pounds was the tipping point, and it was best not to exceed it. 4,000 gold pounds. Shio heard her own heavy breathing, but she quickly became depressed, knowing full well that she wouldn't be able to complete the mission herself. Just 500 pounds to seek out other Beyonders in our names while maintaining it as a secret. Miss Audrey is the most generous and beautiful lady I've ever seen. Shio quickly returned to reality. While feeling enticed, Force's mind was filled with questions. Why would Miss Audrey delegate such a mission? Is there some internal strife among nobles? Is this the precursor to inciting a war? Is Count Hall representing some important figure in a bid to make the situation turn chaotic? The duo quickly contacted Mr. A using a previously agreed-upon channel. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the rare sunlight shined through the fog and lit up the whole of Buckland, they arrived at the house where they had previously participated in gatherings. There they saw Mr. A sitting with his legs up and his hood over his head, but he gave off a condescending air. "You said that you have something important to talk to me about." Mr. A's eyes moved back and forth between the two ladies. "I heard that some female Beyonders would use their bodies to trade for potion ingredients with Mr. A. He's really a disgusting pervert." Force curled her lips and said, "There's a large transaction. I wonder if you're interested in it." Mr. A scanned Shio's face and chuckled. "Tell me. Let's see what this large transaction is." Holding back the urge to draw her triangular blade, Shio answered with the tone of a tribunal. "Assassinate the Inti's ambassador to the Lowen Kingdom. Bakerland John Madan." Mr. A fell silent, but since his expression was obscured by the shadow of his hood, Shio and Force couldn't guess what he was thinking. After a while, he slowly leaned back and said with a deep voice, "So, what's the reward?" 4,000 pounds. In addition, we will provide the relevant information, such as Ambassador Bakerland is a Sequence 6 conspiracist of the Hunter pathway, or that his weakness is lust. Shio tried her best to make Mr. A believe that there was hope in completing the mission. Mr. A chuckled and said, "I can accept this mission, but the reward must be raised. The first choice, the potion formulas to Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Interer, Prophet, or Manipulator. Of course, their price is higher than this mission. There's no need for the complete formula. A partial formula will suffice. The second choice, 10,000 gold pounds. This is the bounty of Rear Admiral Hurricane Kilangos. Bakerland's strength definitely isn't as strong as he is, but he has powerful aides. Besides, believe me, he definitely has mystical objects on him. A reasonable price, but that's also an exaggerated price." Shio and Force looked at each other and said, "We shall return and discuss it. At this time tomorrow, we'll give you our answer." "Sure." Mr. A made a gesture of farewell. After being led out by an attendant, Force murmured in puzzlement, "Those are high-sequence Beyonder formulas. Frankly speaking, I find it strange. I thought Mr. A would only want formulas or potion ingredients. Money shouldn't be a necessity for him." Shio turned to look at her friend. "Force, you really are a naive clinical doctor and author. You must know that Mr. A has many subordinates. They need a house to sleep in, stomachs to fill, clothes to buy, and the need to vent their desires. All of this has to be bought, using money. Besides, to some nobles who have declined, what wouldn't they sell if there are gold pounds to be made? Without his men, Mr. A would be just as scary, but he will be rather lacking in intelligence. That's what all the small gangs in the East Borough know." Force frowned and said, "Shio, you're not that stupid after all." In the evening, the two of them met the familiar large golden retriever at a predetermined location and passed Mr. A's reply to Audrey. When Audrey finished reading the note, not only did she not feel stumped, she even let out a long sigh of relief. It was simply wonderful for her that she could finish the ambassador with just 10,000 gold pounds. For the time being, I can only use 5,000 pounds. I'll still have to pay Shio and Force 500 pounds. Well, first of all, I'll borrow 6,000 pounds. No, 8,000 pounds. I can't expose any problems with my daily expenses. Then I'll pay him back over 4 to 5 months, with interest of 1,000 pounds. Before the new year, I will be quite poor, having only 1,000 pounds to use a month. Audrey quickly made her decision. Then she burned the original slip of paper and wrote on a new piece of paper. The second option. An advance of 2,000 pounds, and the remaining 8,000 pounds will be paid after the mission is completed. At 15 Mint Street, Klein saw Mary Gale again at tea time. He had initiated the meeting through Mrs. Stellan Summer. "Madam Mary, I found out that your husband went to the Quelaag Club while tailing him. However, I wasn't able to enter because I'm not a member of the club. Even so, according to my observations, about half an hour after your husband left, only one young lady came out. Her name is Erica Taylor, who lives at 126 New Year Street, Hillston Borough. She used to work at Coim for a period of time and is currently unemployed. I took a picture of her, leaving the Quelaag Club." "She's unemployed, yet she can live in Hillston Borough," Stellan sneered. Mary wore a gloomy expression as she remained silent for a few seconds. "You have to obtain material evidence of them being intimate. Oh, the Quelaag Club, right? I'll get 2 members to nominate you as a member, but you must fill in your particulars as famous detective. I can't get people to bring you in because it might not mesh well with the schedules of others." "All right." Klein hesitated, but still asked, "Who will pay the club fees?" "I will be responsible for the initial fees. This is in return for your efficiency. If you wish to remain in the club, you will have to pay the annual fee of about 15 pounds yourself." There seemed to be a fire burning in Mary's eyes. "The fee is 15 pounds a year, and the initiation fee is at least 50 pounds. A high-end club. Madam Mary, you sure are generous." Klein immediately nodded. "I will provide you with the evidence as soon as possible." After dinner, Klein went out again and continued to the Bravehearts Bar in the Backlund Bridge area. There were 2 reasons for this. First, he wanted to show his helplessness in front of the military special department and the police who were observing him in secret. He wanted to appear as though he was trying every method to save himself. Second, he also wanted to deceive the mid-sequence Beyonder from the seer pathway under the ambassador's command. In matters involving the Grey Fog, Klein believed that the gentleman or lady would never be able to succeed in a divination, including his own resurrection and past events, as well as how he had successfully created the language of foulness charm through the help of the true creator. This is definitely a powerful item that can affect my opponent. Klein had to maintain his act of feeling unsafe and his act of madly grasping at all kinds of straw to mislead his opponent in order to increase his chances of victory. Under the dark night, Klein entered the bar. Before he could get a beer, he saw Kaspars, the old man with the brandy nose, standing in front of the rat-baiting ring with his arms crossed. "Perfect timing. Marek is looking for you." Kaspars spotted Klein and limped over. "Marek is looking for me?" Klein asked in shock. Instinctively, he touched the Azik's copper whistle in his pocket and considered what excuse he could use to politely decline the meeting. Or could it be that wrapping the copper whistle with one's spirituality wouldn't cause any zombie-like phenomenon? It wasn't like Mr. Azik hadn't been to the cemetery before, nor had any corpses attacked him. Klein tensed up. Before he could come up with an excuse, he saw Marek, his face pale and his eyes filled with malice, walking over. He wasn't surrounded by any zombies. Where are his zombies? Klein thought, with a mixture of puzzlement and relief. Marek pointed to the card room and walked over there first. Klein looked into the distance and followed him, since there were no zombies. "What's the matter?" Klein took the initiative to ask. Marek, in a black vest and white shirt, sat on the card table and stared into Klein's eyes. "Does that job of yours still stand?" "Huh?" Klein wasn't able to react in time. "I have a friend who is short on money and is willing to accept this commission. She's stronger than me and should be able to protect you. However, she can only protect you for 3 days. The price is 1,000 pounds, Marek said in a low, slurred voice. Why is a Beyonder willing to accept the commission only after I acquired the language of foulness? However, this is good as well. This will be able to confuse the ambassador's Beyonder. After he painstakingly defeats Marek's friend, my chances of success will become extremely high. The only problem is determining if Marek's friend is trustworthy. I'll go above the gray fog to divine it. Klein pondered for a moment and said, "Give me time to consider it and save up the necessary funds. It's not a small sum. Also, it's best if the person protecting me is hidden. It must be confidential. As for the 3 days of protection, that is up to me. It's definitely within these 2 weeks." Of course, the seer would definitely be aware of it, Klein silently added. As for money, he had already considered it from the beginning. If selling Mirso's Beyonder characteristic wasn't enough, he would ask Miss Justice for money. After all, he had made the preparations. Roselle's diary still had a lot of knowledge that could be sold. Of course, if the price was simply unacceptable, he could forego it. Now, although Mirso's Beyonder characteristic had become the language of foulness charm, I still have Miss Justice. She still owes me the money needed for Sequence 8, Light Suppliant, as well as the intelligence regarding the Secret Order. Combining those together, 1,000 pounds would be enough. Chapter 245, Confirmation. Back home at 15 Minsk Street, Klein was in no hurry to head above the gray fog to perform a divination. Instead, he acted as though nothing had happened. In the process, he heard an illusory prayer and vaguely recognized it as a woman's voice. After experiencing the ravaging murmurs of the true creator, my ability in this aspect has apparently improved a little. Klein turned the newspaper while engrossed in thought and settled himself on the reclining chair in a motionless, half-slumped state. He waited until the clock nearly struck 10 before putting down what he was doing and went to the bathroom on the second floor to clean himself up. Entering the bedroom and pulling the curtains shut, Klein went above the gray fog. He saw that the crimson star, symbolizing justice, was constantly expanding and contracting, and it was also echoing with prayers. Klein spread out his spirituality and made contact. Dressed in a white silk nightgown, Miss Justice appeared in front of him. Her figure was still blurry as if she was in bed. After reciting his honorable name, Audrey cut to the chase. Ambassador Bakerland is a Sequence 6 conspiracist of the Hunter Pathway. He's suspected to have a Sequence 5 assistant. After I obtained detailed information, I got someone to inquire Mr. A. He has agreed to accept the assassination mission, but the conditions are 10,000 gold pounds or any of the potion formulas of Unshadowed Cataclysmic, Interrer, Prophet, and Manipulator. They do not need to be complete. A portion of the formula would suffice. I chose the former and paid an advance of 2,000 pounds. Honorable Mr. Fool, was my decision correct? 10,000 gold pounds. The corner of Klein's lips twitched as he forced himself to focus on the matter. The Sequence 5 assistant should be that Seer Pathway infiltrator. The first thing that should be done is to overestimate the enemy. Would Mr. A have the ability to do it? Would he neglect the job after taking the money? Cataclysmic in Terror, Prophet, Manipulator, and Unshadowed are likely Sequence 4S. That is the threshold of a high Sequence Beyonder. It is very likely that Mr. A is one of the 22 oracles of the Aurora Order. To be stationed in the City of Cities, Backlund, means that he's second only to the 5 saints of the Aurora Order's upper echelons. He must be the cream of the crop among the oracles. The Aurora Order wields the secret's suppliant pathway, which is the direct route to the true creator. As an oracle, he has a high probability of being a beyonder of this sequence chain. Based on Backlund's position, it can be inferred that he's at Sequencers 5, Shepherd. Of course, he could also be a Rose Bishop, that's one sequence lower, but that would mean that he's more outstanding in other aspects, such as his intelligence. I have to remind Miss Justice that she shouldn't have too many interactions with Mr. A. The Beyonders of the Secret Suppliant sequence are either already lunatics exhibiting abnormalities, or lunatics who have hidden their insanity well, almost without exception. Sequence 8. Listeners in this sequence pathway often hear the voice of the true creator. Yes, only a lunatic would be bold enough to accept the mission of assassinating an Inti's ambassador and have the courage to complete it. I have here a portion of the unshadowed potion formula, as well as the corresponding ritual needed for the advancement. This can save Miss Justice 10,000 gold pounds. Why would Mr. A only need the formulas of Unshadowed, Cataclysmic, Interrare, Prophet, and Manipulator? Are these paths that can be swapped at high sequences of the secret's suppliant pathway? That's a bit too much. That makes it 5 in total. Unshadowed is from the eternal blazing sun. Cataclysmic Interrare sounds like it's from the Lord of Storms, or maybe the Evernight Goddess. I previously determined that the eternal blazing sun, Lord of Storms, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom have pathways that are relatively similar. Therefore, they view each other with animosity. From the looks of it, Cataclysmic Interrare belongs to the Lord of Storms, and is Sequence 4 of the Sailor sequence. Prophet is likely from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Then which pathway does Manipulator belong to? It'll be interesting if they can all be exchanged with the sequence corresponding to the true creator. Yes. I cannot give the unshadowed formula to Mr. A, not even a portion. The Aurora Order members are all lunatics who are always looking for opportunities to take revenge on the world to the detriment of public safety. Items of strategic importance must not be traded with them. This isn't just a question of the bottom line, it also involves my own safety. Once the time is ripe, those lunatics from the Aurora Order might very well sacrifice the entire city. Let Miss Justice spend the 10,000 pounds then. Part of it includes the payment she would like to give to my adorer. The rest can be made up to her with the knowledge I already know. Klein reached out and pinched his cheek. He didn't reply to Justice immediately. Instead, he conjured a pen and paper ready to make a divination. Klein had no idea who Marek's friend was. He could only tell from the pronoun she that the person was a woman. Failure was inevitable if he wanted to directly divine the reliability of the person in question. However, Klein could make an indirect divination regarding his own safety, which would have a much higher success rate. As for whether he would suffer an interference or how accurate the outcome would be, he wasn't worried at all, thanks to the gray fog shielding. After more than 10 seconds of deliberation, Klein wrote, "It's risky for me to hire Marek's friend to be my bodyguard for 3 days." Putting the pen away, he removed his spirit pendulum, focused his mind, and quickly performed the divination. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the topaz pendant was rotating clockwise. However, the amplitude was very small and its speed was very slow. Whew, there's a certain risk, but it's quite low. Reliable. Klein nodded slightly and changed to divine about Mr. A. Similarly, he had no direct contact with Mr. A, and all he knew was based on descriptions and inference. It was difficult to find out whether or not he was capable enough or willing to keep his promise. All he could do was make an indirect divination. As an excellent seer, Klein quickly determined the direction, and that was to divine Ambassador Bakerland. This ambassador had relatively more connections with him, and the information he had about him was even more detailed. Klein knew very well what the other party was involved in, and as a divination target there were no problems. After some thought, Klein wrote, "Bakerland Jean Madden will have his life threatened by Mr. A." To prevent it from failing, he tried his best to make the words vague in this low-confidence divination, and didn't require a definite answer. This time, Klein saw that the spirit pendulum was still rotating clockwise, but it had become faster and the amplitude had increased. It means that Mr. A will attempt to complete the mission, and that there's a good chance of success. Klein slowly exhaled and began to respond to Miss Justice's prayer. "Sure, there's no problems with your decision. You absolutely must not show yourself when entrusting this mission. My adorer wishes for £1,000 for his activities. It will be done in the same way as before, and it would be best if it can be completed by tomorrow. This will be payment for the light suppliant formula. You do not need to seek out news regarding the secret order any further. However, if you obtain any relevant information, I will do a trade with you." After learning that the infiltrator was a beyonder in the seer pathway, Klein's need for information about the secret order became less urgent. He had originally wanted to ask for more than £1,000, but in consideration of how Miss Justice had to pay £10,000 to assassinate the ambassador, it was likely that her finances would be stretched to the limit. Therefore, he only asked for the minimum. After doing all of this, Klein didn't linger and immediately returned to the real world. Audrey was holding a music score and humming a melody. The red moon was faintly discernible outside the window. Suddenly, a thick gray fog appeared in front of her. A figure seated on an ancient chair looked down at her and spoke in a low voice. Audrey let out a breath of relief after hearing Mr. Fool's response. She was no longer as nervous as she was. £1,000. My debt to Mr. Fool is close to being paid off. I feel so much more relaxed suddenly. Audrey rested the music score against her chest and thought with her dimples showing. Although she only had £1,000 to spend for quite a considerable period of time in the coming days, being put in a tight financial situation, all she needed to do was grit her teeth, and squeezing out £1,000 wouldn't be a problem. I'll borrow more from Glaint and drag it out with more installments. Audrey had quite a good education in finances. After all, her father was a powerful banker behind the scenes. At noon on Thursday, Klein heard another illusory prayer. He then confirmed that Miss Justice had deposited the money into his anonymous account. The bank reconciliation and liquidation done in Backlund could be completed on the same day, meaning that from Friday, Klein would be able to withdraw the cash from any Backlund bank branch in the city. After lunch, Klein once again saw Mary Gale. She led him outside the Quelag Club, where the two members were waiting. One was a well-known surgeon, Aaron Series, and the other was the aristocratic equestrian teacher, Talim Dumont. After greeting each other, the lanky and somewhat aloof doctor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, entered the club first, leaving the equestrian teacher, Talim, who had short brown curly hair, to converse with Klein amidst smiles. "If it wasn't for Mary mentioning you, I wouldn't have known that Backlund has had an additional outstanding detective join its ranks. If there's anything I need to do in the future, I'll look for you." "Then let me thank you in advance." Klein smiled in response. According to Mary's introduction on the carriage, he learned that Talim was originally of noble blood. His grandfather had a noble title of Viscount, but it was a pity that his grandfather had squandered all his wealth. His father had nearly 10 brothers and more than 6 sisters, and as nobles whose titles were determined by the amount of land they possessed, once the amount of land went beneath a particular standard, the hereditary nobility title would be reduced. However, that also depended on the king's mood. Talim was unlike the other children of nobility who could obtain a considerable sum of money when they reached adulthood, and due to his grandfather's reputation, he had no means of entering the government as an employee or to be a butler of another noble family. Therefore, he could only play to his advantages and became an equestrian teacher for many nobles. His income was quite sizable, with about £400 a year. Sigh. Divorce really leads to poverty. It was unknown if Talim was hinting at Mary Gale's situation or if he was reminded of his grandfather, who seemed to be more of Inti's ancestry. Unable to engage in the conversation, Klein followed him into the Kielag Club, where he saw a large, brightly lit hall. Chapter 246, Strange Omen. Aaron and Talim left the Kielag Club after they separately completed the nomination form. It wasn't a weekend. The former had 2 more operations in the afternoon, and the latter had to teach Viscount Conrad's youngest son horse riding. The teenager needed to ensure that he didn't embarrass himself during the Backland social events in the second half of the year. Klein watched the manservant dressed in a red vest and a maid in a beautiful dress come and go a few times before finally delivering him his own proof of membership and a badge with the symbol of the Frost constellation engraved on it. An entry fee of £50. There are still 3.5 months left this year, with an annual fee of £4 a year. The manservant in the red vest pushed the 2 objects to Klein. Klein took out the £57 which Mary Gale had given him and handed him £54. The amount beyond the entry fee and annual fee was Mary's first payment. She was very pleased with how quickly Klein obtained information on Doragu Gale's mistress, as well as her photo. £50 membership. Madame Mary is such a generous lady. While Klein watched the manservant and the maid verify the money and confirm the exact amount, he recalled Stellan Sammer's private introduction. Mary's father was a co-founder of the Coim Company and had a 20% stake. It was originally just a small company that barely made money. But as Backland's pollution worsened and the demand for anthracite and charcoal increased, the company rapidly expanded to become one of the top 10 companies in the capital's industry. As such, Mary's net worth skyrocketed. The only problem was that when she was married to Doragu Gale, the company was still quite an unknown company. Her father hadn't paid much attention to using the shares as her dowry and didn't proceed with any protection of estate gifting, and had instead used the more popular willing of gifts. The former referred to the dowry as an independent and separate estate of the woman, and not subjected to her husband's control. Even the right of use depended on the woman, while the latter assigned the dowry's ownership to the entire family. However, the husband had to immediately make a valid will to promise that, if he passed away before his partner, the split of the estate would be 2 to 4 times the rights and interests of the dowry received, after which the rest would proceed according to the normal inheritance laws, which could effectively guarantee the livelihood of the widow. If Mary initiated a divorce before she could get evidence of Doragu's adultery, the Coim Company shares would be divided equally between both parties. Klein remembered Stellan saying enviously, "The current value of those shares is currently close to 20,000 gold pounds. Adding the other property in their name, Mary is a truly wealthy lady. Once she's divorced, she will definitely become the target of many men in Backlund, including some nobles. That's only enough money for Miss Justice to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland twice. Klein suddenly thought about that when he saw the red-vested manservant and the good-looking maid bow at him. Mr. Moriarty, welcome to the Quelaag Club. Upon hearing this, Klein picked up the proof of membership and the frost badge. The former was made of elastic paper which looked like a card with Klein's name and his membership start date on it. After applying an imprint of his index finger, the proof of membership was officially ready for use. The latter was the Quelaag Club's distinctive badge, named for its founding in early November, which corresponded to the month of the Frost constellation. The symbol and the number 192 were printed on the front, followed by Sherlock Moriarty imprinted on the back. The club now has 192 members, Klein asked casually. Yes, our club doesn't accept people without a recommendation. The red-vested manservant beamed and introduced, on the first floor there's a buffet cafeteria, bar, library, squash room, conference room, and card room. You can use them all for free. The food and wine are free for your sampling as well. There are 16 lounge rooms and 2 small conference rooms on the second floor. They are also free and can be used as long as they aren't occupied. The good-looking maid pointed to the rear and said, there are 2 tennis courts on the lawn, totally free of charge. There are 2 shooting ranges underground, and you only need to pay the corresponding rental fee of the equipment. If you aren't satisfied with the simple buffet, you can order à la carte. We have an exclusive chef, and you just need to pay for the ingredients. Board, lodging, and entertainment are all provided for, as expected of a high-end club. Klein sincerely thanked Mrs. Mary. He smiled warmly and said, send someone to show me around so that I can familiarize myself with the environment. Afterward, give me a lounge to take an afternoon nap. All right, the red manservant made an inviting gesture. After familiarizing himself with the Quelaag Club's environment, Klein entered a lounge and carefully studied the layout of the place. He discovered it was similar to a hotel room of the later generation. It was said to be decorated in the Inti style. I have to consider how to obtain evidence of Doragu's affair tomorrow. It's simply impossible to hide the flash of the camera. In other words, I only have one shot at taking a picture. And if I do that, I'll definitely be kicked out of the club. I have to think of a safe way. I'll read through the papers later and try to determine the progress regarding Ian's case through the news. From there, I can determine which 3 days I should be guarded. Klein paced back and forth, lost in thought. At that moment, his heart suddenly palpitated as he tensed up. Is this the premonition of a clown? However, there are no scenes in my mind. Klein felt the air around him turn still like it was the calm before the storm. Soon, this feeling disappeared as if nothing had happened. Could it be that danger is approaching? But nothing like this happened when I was attacked by Merceau. Puzzled, Klein pulled out a coin and divined if he would be attacked in the next few days. The answer was negative. After thinking for a few seconds, Klein drew the curtains and pretended to take an afternoon nap. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He sat down and pondered for a long time before muttering to himself, I will be in grave danger in the next few days. After repeating the statement, he flicked the coin again and saw the copper-colored object tumble down and land in his open palm. This time, the portrait of the king was facing up. It meant a positive result. My reaction just now really was an omen that danger is coming. Klein narrowed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. He was rather puzzled by this matter. Whether it was as a seer or clown, they had never displayed such abilities before. Even if they could predict danger, it was because the target was right in front of him or beside him. There was nobody around me. From the fact that my divination was misled, it must have involved a relatively higher sequencer, most likely Bakerland's assistant. In the end, it actually gave me a premonition. This isn't scientific, this isn't mystic. There must be something else behind it, but I can't be certain why yet. Klein looked around and saw the boundless fog, crimson and still, the palace standing as it had always stood. He reined in his doubts and temporarily stopped thinking about the reason. Instead, he focused his attention on the attack that was about to occur. After several more divinations, Klein found that he could only confirm that there would be great danger in the next few days. It couldn't be shortened to 3 days, 2 days, or even 5 hours. In other words, he could only obtain a somewhat vague revelation. And in a dream divination, he saw Ian dressed in his old coat, standing in the street with the elegant gas lamps and the blurry crimson moon behind him. Other than this image, there was nothing else. How should I interpret this? Klein thought for a moment. He could only assume that this was the prelude to danger. Without further delay, he returned to the real world, left the Quelaag Club, and went to the nearby Hilston branch of the Backlund Bank to withdraw the remaining £100 from his account. The sum of £1,000 from Justice hasn't been cleared yet and reconciled. Without the corresponding information sent to the branches, the account wasn't synchronized, and, theoretically speaking, there was a loophole. Klein could withdraw £100 from another branch and seize the opportunity when all the accounts were out of sync. However, this was only in theory. In order to avoid similar acts, the banks had many rules on anonymous accounts. First, it was to enhance the transmission of similar information in the same city. Second, it was to limit a single withdrawal to no more than £500. And third, if the last withdrawal wasn't done locally, a telegram was needed to inquire about it, and today Klein encountered the third situation. Putting away the money, he took a horse carriage to the Backlund Bridge area and entered the Braveheart's bar. Under Kaspar's guidance, he saw Marek sitting in the card room. He wasn't surrounded by zombies. Klein discarded the idea of using his spirituality to wrap Isaac's copper whistle, slapped a £100 on the table, and said to the pale Marek, "I agree to the deal. I'll pay an advance of £100. I'll pay another £300 every additional day I'm protected. The protection begins now." Marek's gaze fell past him and landed somewhere behind him. He nodded and said, "All right, she has agreed." "Ah?" Klein turned back in surprise, only to see the wall and nothing but air. He secretly activated his spirit vision, but failed to discover anything. Marek stuffed the £100 into his pocket and said indifferently, "You can return now. She has begun protecting you in a hidden way. If I hadn't divined this beforehand, I would definitely think of all of you as cheats." Klein surveyed his surroundings and deliberately acted as though he left with clenched teeth. Along the way, he would occasionally activate and deactivate his spirit vision, constantly observing the outside through the carriage windows, but he didn't find his so-called bodyguard. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein closed the door, went into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. The sound of water splashing disappeared as he shook off the water droplets and wiped his palms with a towel. Then he raised his head to look at himself in the mirror to inspect his appearance. At this moment, he saw himself phasing away in the mirror before transforming into a woman wearing a black regal dress. The woman had light golden hair and blue eyes. She looked very delicate, but her face was abnormally pale. She wore a small black bonnet, lifted her skirt, and bowed at Klein. Without hiding his surprise, Klein took a few steps back and leaned against the wall. Only then did he realize that this might be the bodyguard he had hired for £1,000. The image in the mirror quickly dimmed, and Klein saw himself again. everything had been restored back to normal. Chapter 247, The Whole Story. The figure in the mirror was clear, but it was as though the woman in the black, regal dress had never appeared. Klein secretly activated his spirit vision, but didn't find anything. Did I just hire a female ghost as my bodyguard? She's even stranger than a female ghost. At the very least, one can see ghosts with spirit vision. Klein thoughtfully touched Azik's copper whistle in his pocket, feeling nothing but its cold chill. Like before, it didn't have any additional changes. She's unaffected by the copper whistle. Seems like she isn't an undead creature. However, I can't be sure. Back then, the copper whistle was buried with me, but the corpses surrounding me didn't act abnormally. Was it because those buried in the cemetery have experienced a send-off by the priests and bishops? When does it work and when doesn't it? When this business with the ambassador is over, and if I'm still alive, I'll go to the cemetery and try to figure out the scope of its effect and its limits. I can't always carry a time bomb like this. Klein washed his face and walked out of the bathroom. Just as he picked up the newspaper in the living room and was going to read it in the living room or bedroom, he heard the doorbell ring. Klein's mind tensed up when he heard the tinkling sounds. He put on his coat with all kinds of materials in it and walked towards the door gingerly. He clearly knew that danger was approaching in the next few days. After standing behind the door and waiting for a moment, the scene outside naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. The crimson moon was faintly discernible in the sky. The elegant gas lamps on both sides of the street lit up the wet road. A boy wearing an old coat stood there. His bright red eyes were deep and adrift. Ian Wright. Why did he appear? Isn't this what I saw in my dream divination? Is this the prelude to danger? Klein opened the door and took 2 cautious steps back. Detective Moriarty. Ian took off his brown top hat, bowed and said in a low voice, I came to apologize. I'm sorry to have involved you in such a dangerous matter. Klein creased his eyebrows and probed, What you should have done is head to the police station. Ian looked around and bowed his head. I just came out from MI9. Ah, is that the name of the military special department? Klein stepped aside, pointed at the living room, and said, Maybe we can have a chat. I have to at least know what placed me in this situation. He sighed inwardly. Ian didn't stand on ceremony as he followed Klein into the living room and sat in the same spot as he did the last time. He was just about to open his mouth when Klein suddenly added, If what you plan on saying will put me in greater danger, then there's no need to tell me about it. No, everything will soon be over. Ian had a calmness that was beyond his age. Klein was relieved and asked out of curiosity, So what exactly happened? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a figure emerge from the panes of the oriel window across the room. A black regal dress, long hair tied in a bun, blue eyes, delicate features, and a pale face. It was the woman who had previously greeted Klein in the mirror. This woman seemed to find an illusory high-back chair and sat down. Her left palm supported her right elbow, while her right hand supported her face, pretending to listen attentively while appearing expressionless. For a moment, Klein was left at a loss. Ian, who had been silent for a few seconds, said softly, In fact, Detective Zriel is a spy for the Feysac Empire. He adopted several vagrant children and taught them how to gather intelligence. I am one of them. So that's how it is. I was involved in a huge spy conspiracy. Klein suddenly felt enlightened. Ian looked at the coffee table and continued. We have the advantage of age and are often ignored by others, allowing us to gather a lot of useful information. 2 weeks ago, I stumbled upon clues regarding Helmo Suin's manuscript. Helmasuin. Klein found the name familiar. Ian looked up at him and explained, Turani von Helmasuin, the greatest scientist after Emperor Roselle, mathematician, a mechanist, and the father of the second-generation difference machine. So it's him. Klein suddenly remembered the relevant information. He wasn't only a great scientist, but also a crazy scientist. He believed that the inherent flaw in the existence of humans could only be fixed through machines. He loved eating sugar as if it was his own energy source. He mysteriously disappeared while researching a third-generation difference machine, and was an important figure that every country was trying to find. His manuscript. Does the manuscript involve third-generation difference machines? Klein asked probingly. A difference machine was a mechanical device for computing. It could effectively improve the efficiency of scientific research and various projects. In Klein's opinion, it was an alternative computer in the age of steam. Of course, it could only do computation at present. Ian shook his head. I'm not sure. I didn't actually see it. Perhaps it had some related ideas. He paused for a moment, then went on to recount what had happened. When I reported this to Detective Zuriel, he was very happy and told me to follow up on that lead while he immediately reported it to his superior. It took me some time to determine where the manuscript was, but I was afraid of the danger, so I didn't steal it directly. I decided to return to Detective Zuriel, and after that, it was as I told you. Detective Zuriel's house was infiltrated while many of the tiny traps were not restored, and he didn't respond to my contact request. The Zmanger gang tried to capture me. With your help, I confirmed the death of Detective Zuriel. I took a fake tooth from his corpse. Oh, that happened after we parted. Detective Zuriel told me that, inscribed on the inside of the fake tooth, there was a method to urgently contact his superior. It was a method that even he didn't know of, and was something he would only remove if an accident occurred. Klein nodded slightly and said, So you sent a telegram? A rare look of surprise flashed across Ian's face as he asked, Did the people from MI9 tell you that? No, a friend of mine happened to see you on Bacardi Street. Klein casually made up an excuse. And I see. Ian nodded in depression. I got in touch with Detective Zuriel's superior in Backlund via telegram and arranged the time, place, and manner of meeting, but soon enough I was found by the Zmanger gang. No, to be exact, it was an intelligence officer of the Inti Republic. That was what the people from MI9 people told me. Fortunately, MI9 arrived in time, and both sides engaged in a chaotic battle. I took this opportunity to escape. However, when I met with Detective Zuriel's superior this afternoon, I was once again ambushed by the Inti's intelligence officers. Unfortunately, I was caught by them, and I was very afraid of dying, so I told them everything that I knew. However, they didn't keep their promise and still wanted to kill me. At that moment, MI9 finally found me. It is only during such times when you look like a 15 or 16-year-old teenager. Just as Klein was reflecting over this, he suddenly thought of a problem from what Ian had just said. Back when he discovered that something important was left behind on Zuriel's corpse, and that Ian had successfully taken it all away, he had written the matter off, thinking that the Beyonder was lacking in skill, and that the Beyonder had missed out on something because the mediumship provided little useful information. However, after confirming that the ambassador had a mid-sequence Beyonder of the seer pathway, the situation became extremely peculiar. With powerful mediumship, it was impossible for the fake tooth to not be discovered. Leaving the body in such a remote and hard-to-find place didn't seem like a trap. Combined with Ian's description, the answer was obvious. Klein nodded and said, Have you ever thought of the possibility that Zuriel's superior has traitors around him? A traitor who has defected to the Inti's intelligence services. That's also why Zriel was exposed and killed when he obtained the clue to the manuscript, as well as why you were ambushed. It was because the Inti's ambassador had information about Zriel's superior, which was why he didn't pay much attention to the urgent communication method inscribed on the inside of the tooth. Zriel's report to his superior directly led to his demise. Ian fell into a daze when he heard that. It took him quite a while before he clenched his fists in anger, trying hard to compose himself as he said, "I didn't think of that. You really are an excellent detective." He quietly let out a breath of air and changed the topic. "I have divulged the whereabouts of the manuscript to MI9 and everything else. They also mentioned your predicament in passing. They didn't suspect me of lying, nor did they send anyone to watch me. All of them went to vie for the manuscript. However, with that kind of pressure, no one can lie." Having said that, Ian stood up and gave a deep bow. "Please allow me to apologize again. Sorry to have involved you in this. Actually, you don't need to hide anything for me." Having understood the entire situation, Klein smiled and said, "No, the main problem in this matter was because I made a mistake that made me end up in my current situation." As he was listening, he used Ian's description of the entire situation and his reflections of the past few days, and confirmed that he had made 2 mistakes. "When I discovered that Ian's matter ran deeper than it appeared, I still accepted the request. That wasn't a problem, since I only felt that it involved gangs, and there would be, at most, 1 or 2 Beyonders who wouldn't dare expose themselves. But the divination lacked enough information and ended with a failure. This was within the limits of what I could have resolved by myself, and typically speaking, there wouldn't have been any trouble. I could even take the opportunity to come into contact with Baklund's Beyonders. After finding Zriel's corpse and confirming that the matter ran deep, I should have considered the sensitivity of my identity and decisively extricated myself from this case. I should have let Ian deal with the subsequent matters himself. This wouldn't be problematic, and would be a rather careful choice. One of the mistakes I made was that I didn't flinch or reveal anything about Ian when Mersault came to me. I only thought that he was from a gang, and that there were some Beyonders behind that gang. Who would have guessed that it would involve a figure like the Inti's ambassador? Even more so, I never expected Mersault to be so rash. After failing his mission, he didn't threaten, intimidate me, or proceed with other options. Instead, he came straight to kill me so that mediumship could be performed. He didn't even give me the chance to regret my decision. As a result, my situation worsened. So, this isn't too subjective or too serious a mistake. The one mistake that really caused me to be in such a passive situation was a tiny mistake I made from the very beginning. I had rented the house and accepted the mission as Sherlock Moriarty without donning a disguise. This resulted in me not being able to flee after my identity as a Beyonder was exposed to the ambassador. Even as I acted horrified and frantic, making MI9 and the police department believe that my taking flight would only be normal, I didn't dare flee. I was afraid that when the ambassador failed to find a target for revenge, he would inform the officials about me. And according to my experience as a Nighthawk, most official enforcers like the Nighthawks, Machinery Hivemind, and Mandated Punishers harbor animosity towards uncontrolled Beyonders. They definitely wouldn't ignore me just because I'm a low-sequence Beyonder and would begin an investigation. In time, my looks will be clear evidence. I will then be pursued by high-sequence Beyonders from the Church of the Goddess because I resurrected, despite having been involved with a Grade 0 sealed artifact. There's no chance for such matters to be suddenly forgotten or thought of as nothing by others. I had to plan for the worst-case scenario in advance, and if I only reacted when the ambassador took action, it would definitely be too late. Whether it's an assassination, finding a bodyguard, or buying items, all of them will require time. Only if the ambassador and his assistant dies or attention is diverted to the investigation of his death Will I be able to resolve this latent danger? His assistant doesn't have an official status, so he can't interact with the officials. For a mere Sequence 9 or Sequence 8 at best, someone whose whereabouts are unknown, there's no reason to go through the effort to report me. Of course, his death is the best outcome. Then there won't be any latent danger. Compared to finding Mr. Azik for help, or having attention placed on me because of 008 again, as well as being pursued by high-sequence beyonders, assassinating the ambassador is the relatively simpler choice. Even if it fails, I can only bear one of the two outcomes. See, everything originated from a small oversight at the beginning. I just imagined that in a metropolis with over 5 million people, and few people knowing me while I deliberately avoided the Nighthawks, there was no need for me to don a disguise every day, since it would be easier for others to notice something amiss. Yet, for such a small mistake, I would have to pay over 10,000 gold pounds as the price without having any guarantee of resolving it. I'm really like a clown, with one mistake triggering a chain reaction, only to result in a desperate attempt to balance myself, so as to please the audience. This is all because of my lack of experience. This is the first time in my 2 lifetimes combined that I've ever been a fugitive. Once this matter is completely resolved, exposing my identity as a Beyonder would no longer be that dangerous. They would only think that I obtained a potion while finding a bodyguard and not doubt my origins. Of course, I'll have to get used to wearing glasses and a mustache in the future, so that the people around me will gradually get used to my new image. In the future, when they ask me about me, they will only think of this new image. Having thought through the entire matter, Klein's laugh became more pronounced, making Ian feel strange. It's time for me to leave. I'll need to disappear for a while, otherwise I might be thrown into jail. Ian put on his hat, bade farewell, and left. Klein didn't stop him, watching him disappear into the crimson moonlight, while the woman by the oriel window had disappeared without him realizing it. Chapter 2, 148. Waiting from both sides. With both sides being aware of the whereabouts of Helma Suin's manuscript, this matter would come to an end tonight. Therefore, the ambassador would have the freedom to take revenge. Is this the reason for the impending danger? Klein gained a rough understanding of the divination results and the inexplicable omen. If he didn't have the language of foulness charm, or the powerful bodyguard that cost him 1,000 pounds for 3 days, he would have shamelessly gone to the police station, or the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's headquarters in Backland, St. Hirelin Cathedral, for a temporary stay. He could avoid any possible attacks and await the assassination of the ambassador. As for how successful the assassination would be, Klein wasn't confident either. He had already considered the worst outcome and had a plan for it. But now, with double the preparations, he no longer wanted to avoid it. He would stay at home and pretend that he knew nothing. Deep down, he was even looking forward to having his attackers come knocking at his door. Sequence 9. Hunter Merceau was killed by me. If they send someone else again, they would at least be a Sequence 7, or even a Sequence 6 or 5. They might even come in numbers, but regardless, as long as I finish them, I'll obtain formulas and Beyonder characteristics. I can then make up for some of my losses. Yes, I'll tell Miss Bodyguard that I had good luck and managed to benefit from the black ear that I bought, and became a Beyonder. After all, when the battle becomes intense, there's no way to hide it at that point. Besides, what I'm saying is nearly the truth. I did benefit quite significantly from the black ear. As Klein considered what would soon follow, he almost instinctively drew the sign of the crimson moon on his chest. May the goddess bless me that the Beyonder who comes is the one from the seer pathway, he prayed silently. As he thought of this, he looked around the room for his bodyguard. He was worried that she would run away without a sound after hearing the whole story. The lights in the dining room were warm, illuminating the coffee table, sofa, and chairs. There was no one else in the room except him. As Klein gradually grew nervous, he suddenly saw a face appear on the glass cover of the gas lamp in the living room. The face was pale, with pale gold hair and delicate looks. This lady is quite confident in her own strength. Klein's mind calmed down, and he whispered to himself, "I'm also a beyonder. I made a gamble on an item I bought from Kaspar's gathering and benefited from it, but it was only beneficial for me." What he said was true. No matter what method he had to face, these sentences would endure a truth test. But when these two sentences were put together, one would think that the benefits made him a beyonder. The face on the glass cover nodded slightly and quickly disappeared without any other reaction. Klein's expression didn't seem to change, but he secretly exhaled in his heart. Without taking off his coat, he went back to the sofa and picked up a newspaper and started reading. After a while, the tinkling sound echoed again. Someone had rung his doorbell again. "Who is it?" Klein immediately tensed up. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, touching his tarot cards and language of foulness charm. He slowly walked towards the door, and with the help of his abilities as a clown, he predicted what he would see after opening the door. The crimson moon was still faintly visible, the elegant gas lamps were unchanged, and a sergeant in a black and white checkered uniform with 3 chevrons on his epaulets was impatiently waiting by the door. He had a short brown beard, and he was none other than the sergeant who had dealt with Sherlock Moriarty's case of self-defense. "I think Jurgen mentioned his name. Sergeant Faxine. Well, I can receive the 10-pound bail tomorrow, or the next day. What is he doing here? Did MI9 send him to find Ian Wright, or to inform me that I should temporarily hide away from danger?" Confused, Klein grabbed the handle. Aye, inside the Intis embassy of Backlund's West Borough, the lights were on. The scent of various perfumes and alcohol, accompanied by melodious melodies, stretched out to every corner. A ball was being held. During his years as an ambassador, Bakerland had often held balls at the embassy, inviting the kingdom's bankers, big factory owners, philanthropists, and other well-known rich and powerful people, as well as lawyers. Random opportunities were also given to some of the lower-ranked merchants. In this atmosphere, he would tell the guests about the prosperity and openness of Trier, and how the Intis Republic was no longer dominated by the likes of the nobles, bankers, factory owners, and lawyers. They, directly and indirectly, took over a large portion of the parliamentary seats, determining the direction of the government policies, enjoying true freedom and high statuses. Today, Bakerland was doing the same thing. With a wine glass in hand, he flitted around the guests, as if to prove that he was present at the ball without leaving. They should have gotten the manuscript by now. After learning that Ian Wright appeared at the telegraph office from that trembling detective, I've been putting plans into action. Now is the time to reap the rewards. Bakerland, with his thin but classy face, took a sip of the blood-like Almere wine and headed for the balcony, intending to take a breath of the cool night air. After learning that Ian had sent the telegram, as a veteran conspiracist and professional intelligence officer, Bakerland was acutely aware that Ian was contacting his superior. Therefore, he quickly made the double spy that had infiltrated the Fasak Empire's Backlund intelligence team investigate and obtain the meeting time, location, and manner agreed upon by Ian and the team leader. After that, he pretended that nothing had happened and continued to send people to look for Ian near Bacardi Street. He successfully found Ian and also attracted the attention of MI9. According to his plan, his intelligence officer had deliberately let Ian go so that MI9 would think that they were on the same starting line. After paralyzing his main opponent, he called in other unexposed intelligence agents to ambush Ian and the Feysac Empire's team leader. He wanted to find the manuscript and smuggle it out of the Lone Kingdom without being detected by the MI9. The situation had progressed as smoothly as he had expected, but the news that came back in the evening left his heart heavy. People from MI9 had actually appeared. They had appeared despite being supposedly fooled. With Rosago around, it's definitely not because of divination. Besides, MI9 isn't good at divination at all. That means we have a spy among our ranks. Let's hope that Rosago can be one step ahead of them and grab the manuscript to hand over to Shadow for extraction. Bakerland had deliberately organized the ball in order to avoid suspicion, but as such, he was unable to involve himself with the developments. All he could do was pray that his subordinates would amount to something. According to his plans, once Rosago succeeded, he would immediately transfer the items to another intelligence officer, one that had never been activated before. Then Rosago would lure MI9 away and, by creating some trouble, keep them out of sight and distract them from his partner. During this process, Bakerland requested Rosago to kill the detective while he was at it. If it wasn't for him, no one from MI9 would have known about it. Everything would have gone smoothly. My involvement with the Zmanger gang wouldn't have been revealed, and I wouldn't be transferred back to the country. He actually didn't run away, thinking that MI9 would keep protecting him, and that staying at home is safer than running away. Bakerland rubbed his face. He had already received orders that after the operation regarding the manuscript had been completed, and he would hand all intelligence matters to the highest-ranking military officer at the embassy and await the arrival of the new ambassador. Bakerland was rather reluctant to part with Backlund. Despite the bad weather and heavy pollution, Backlund was one of the most prosperous cities in the world. Besides, the ladies here are more conservative, unlike those sluts back home. Slowly seducing them into bed and removing their restraint, bit by bit, is a very satisfying and fascinating achievement. Unfortunately, I have to bid farewell to these beautiful ladies, Bakerland thought gloomily, and he felt more and more resentful of the detective who dared to put up resistance. As for Rosago's own safety, Bakerland wasn't worried at all. He believed that as long as Rosago wanted to, as long as he wasn't targeted by a high-sequence Beyonder, he would be able to escape immediately. This was because Rosago had special Beyonder powers. As he lost himself in thought, Bakerland's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a young lady in a crimson dress standing at the edge of the balcony with a glass of wine in her hand. She had a pretty face and a gentle temperament. Her hair was ink black and luxuriant, and her light brown eyes seemed to speak volumes. Bakerland went over at once and began to chat with her. He learned that the lady was the daughter of a timber merchant named Eileen, and that her father wasn't very rich and was trying to make his way up the ranks. With his status as Inti's ambassador, Bakerland quickly received Eileen's affection. After sharing 2 dances, their bodies became more intimate. "Beautiful lady, I'd like to invite you to my room to sample some Ormir wine of 1286. Eileen replied, almost without any hesitation, "All right." The 2 of them left the ballroom and secretly went to the 2nd floor. They entered Bakerland's room, and he ordered the guards to stay away from them and not to disturb him. Before the so-called Ormir wine, 1286 appeared, Bakerland had passionately brought Eileen to the bed. While romping around in bed, Eileen's simple skirt came undone as her pure, fair arms hugged him. While her hands gripped Bakerland's shoulders, her nails and veins suddenly sprouted black, thin, fluffy spider feet. Bang! Eileen's eyes suddenly bulged as white foam poured out of her mouth. Baker Land retracted the fist that he had used to hit her abdomen and stood up from the bed. He no longer had the hasty actions from before and instead wore a cold expression. "Who sent you?" Baker Land asked in a deep voice. Eileen attempted to stand up, but the pain was too much to bear. Her eyes were filled with shock and fear. Seeing the expression on the pretty girl's face, Baker Land smiled and said, "It's true that I'm into beautiful ladies, but I know this problem of mine. So every time I meet a beautiful lady, I'm especially careful. Speak. Who sent you?" "Don't bother resisting. I'm very good at using fire." Chapter 249. The Assassination. Eileen clamped her mouth shut and angrily looked at the thin, smiling face of the ambassador with a touch of terror. Baker Land stretched out his right hand, which was covered in a plume of orange flames that danced silently. He took 2 steps forward, making a gesture as if he was pressing his palm against Eileen's skin. This made Eileen think of the descriptions in many novels in which cruel interrogators would use red-hot iron to brand their target's body, bringing about an extremely painful experience. "No, I can't be that brutal to such a beautiful lady." Baker Land suddenly stopped his outstretched right palm and chuckled softly. "Hey," he shook suddenly, turning the orange flame into a long red whip. The long whip ignited the air around it, which took on the form of thorns. Pow! Baker Land lashed his flaming whip at Eileen, burning her clothes and leaving a dark mark on her skin. Her face contorted as she screamed. "Who sent you?" Baker Land asked again in a gentle voice. Eileen's lips quivered a few times before she finally opened them. It was... As Baker Land subconsciously listened for the answer, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. "Oh no!" Baker Land jerked back and rolled to the ground. In the spot where he had been standing, a flame rose up and formed a wall of fire. Splat, splat, splat! Rain-like blood and flesh splattered against the wall and produced sizzling sounds. Some of them penetrated the flame, leaving a thin trail of blood on the ground. At the end of this path was the Intai's ambassador, Baker Land, who had stood up once again. He saw that Eileen's abdomen had been torn open and 2 arms wrapped in viscous liquid were sticking out from inside. With a sudden push of the 2 arms, a figure drilled its way out from the belly of the beautiful Eileen. It was covered in a thick, squirming, blood-red liquid that continuously dripped down, and it was about the size of an adult male. Hey, it was hard to imagine that a normal woman like Eileen with no protrusion in her abdomen would actually have such a thing hidden inside her body. How was it stored in there? Boom! The body below Eileen's head exploded completely, turning into pure flesh and blood, surging into the form of a humanoid figure, and mixing with the dripping liquid to turn into a strange red robe. The figure revealed its true appearance. It was so beautiful that it looked like a woman. The blood-red robe it wore looked like a blossoming flower under the illumination of the flames. Rose Bishop. As a veteran intelligence officer, Baker Land immediately identified the name of the corresponding sequence before him. Sequence 6 of the Secret's Suppliant Pathway, Rose Bishop. Every Rose Bishop was an expert when it came to flesh and blood magic. Beyonders at this sequence could hide inside the bodies of others, thereby avoiding all sorts of investigations. But the moment they emerged, the hosts would lose their lives. For the Lord! Eileen's remaining head let out a low cry and closed her eyes forever. The Rose Bishop stretched out its right hand and tapped its chest 4 times in the order of bottom to top, right to left. With the color of blood and the light from the flames reflecting in his eyes, he looked at Baker Land and took a sudden step forward with his right foot, passing through the wall of fire. He didn't receive any damage from the fire, with only dark red liquid that continuously dripped down. Bakerland retreated once again as he suddenly raised his voice. "Someone help me!" Although his most capable assistant, Rosago, and several intelligence agents had been sent on a mission, there was still no lack of Beyonders in the embassy. They were military officials who had received permission from the Lowen Kingdom. They were the defensive forces that were available. 1 Sequence 5, 1 Sequence 6, 3 Sequence 7S, and a combination of nearly 10 Sequence 8, S, and 9S. Bakerland's voice echoed around the room, but it didn't exit the premises. The music outside didn't stop, and the ball continued. It was as though the room had become a completely isolated world. "This..." Bakerland stopped his shouting, narrowed his eyes, and looked around. The Rose Bishop was in no hurry to act. He said with a chuckle, "It was by your own will, the rules that were decided by yourself. You told the guards not to disturb you or come near or let anyone close. Yes, I simply magnified your will and rules and made a slight distortion. If you want to escape this isolation, you have to defeat yourself." Bakerland's expression changed slightly. What appeared to be the compliance of rules was, in fact, a distortion of them. The characteristic of using the power of authority to serve oneself made him think of another sequence's name. "Baron of Corruption," Bakerland growled. This was the lawyer pathway, which was Sequence 6 of the Dark Emperor pathway. Before he could finish his sentence, Bakerland's face suddenly turned extremely gloomy as he blurted out, "Shepherd, you're a shepherd. Who are you from the Aurora Order? Mr. A? Why are you assassinating me?" "The Rose Bishop. No," Shepherd chuckled. "You don't need to know who I am. Accept the Lord's blessings." His body suddenly stiffened before he could finish his sentence. It was as though his joints were covered in rust, and he seemed to have turned into a puppet. Bakerland laughed rapturously. The gloominess from before disappeared in an instant. He took out a white handkerchief from his left breast pocket and wiped the corner of his mouth. "I'm glad that you were able to chat with me for so long. It gave me enough time." After the white handkerchief was taken away, a thumb-sized head emerged from his left breast pocket. It was the head of a puppet with completely black eyes. The shepherd opened his mouth and was about to speak when he heard a hollow voice that seemed to come from afar. "You..." After pausing, his body suddenly burgeoned, and his skin turned dark. 2 curved goat horns with strange sinister patterns sprouted from his head, as well as wings behind his back that reeked of sulfur when they flapped. The shepherd instantly moved 3 meters forward, having transformed into a devil-like creature. But even so, it was as if every one of his joints was firmly shackled. His movements were stiff and slow, and his thoughts were starting to blur. "You still have the power of the devil. As expected of a shepherd, let me send you to your lord." Without further ado, a flaming long spear with a blazing white tip materialized in the middle of Bakerland's right palm. He bent his back, about to throw the spear to pin the shepherd to the wall and burn him to ashes. Sequence 7, Pyromaniac of the Conspiracist pathway, had the ancient name Fire Mage. Cough, 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 cough. At that moment, Bakerland began to cough violently, coughing so hard that he felt as if he was about to spit out his heart and lungs. His flaming spear lost control from his coughing and disappeared inch by inch. His face flushed red and his forehead was scorching hot from his coughing fit. His influence on his enemy, that he derived from a mystical item, was lifted. The shepherd was freed from his sluggishness and returned to normal. "Why do you think I was having such a long chat with you? How does severe pneumonia and an unstoppable cough feel like?" the devilish face asked with the corners of his mouth hooked. Upon hearing these words, Bakerland suddenly recalled the enemy's beautiful and enchanting appearance when he first appeared, and regretfully said, "Cough, cough, a disease. You, cough, cough, Kilda, cough, 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 a demoness of affliction." The shepherd dispelled his devil-like form as his figure turned into a series of stacked after-images. He chuckled and said, "No, I only received a gift from Saint Tenebrous. I know conspiracists have all sorts of means available to them, so I'll be using my strongest ability now so that you won't have any unnecessary hope." A book appeared before him, a translucent and blurry book. The ancient book flipped rapidly, and with a soft chant, "I came, I saw, I record. As long as I have recorded it, I'll be able to use it once. This is an ability that Saint Tenebrous had deliberately demonstrated to me. Although I only have half of its original effect, it's still enough." The shepherd's voice turned hollow, and his body was enveloped by the darkness that spewed out from the book. He quickly turned into a small giant, about 2.3 to 2.4 meters tall. His entire body was covered in cold, black armor. At the space where his eyes should be, there were two glowing crimson-red blobs. The Dark Knight raised a broadsword in his hands, took a step forward, and delivered an unrelenting chop. "No, why?" As Bakerland tragically screamed, the layers of flames that gushed out of his body were split apart. All sorts of lights exploded and were split open, and his body was split into two halves. Thud! Bakerland fell to the ground. No blood came out of his massive wound. Even his soul seemed to be corroded and destroyed by the black sword that didn't seem to exist. Boom! 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 The plumes of fire that spewed out of Bakerland's body lost control, causing the blast that shook the room and sent the glass rattling. And at that moment, the isolation that had been created by his own will vanished with his death. The shepherd didn't stop, nor did he wait for the Beyonder characteristic to appear. He restored his inconspicuous appearance and seized the opportunity before the military officials of the embassy arrived, sprinting through the layers of walls and into the darkness outside. At 15 Mint Street, Klein paused with his right hand on the handle. He decided to throw a coin before he opened the door. Since Ian had already come, the revelation that he had seen in the dream had already happened. That meant that danger could come at any moment. While muttering the words, "The visitor outside will bring danger," Klein flicked up a quarter pence and watched it fall to his palm, its number side facing up. "Negative," Klein muttered to himself as he reached for the handle. However, he didn't let his guard down. He knew that there was a mid-sequence Beyonder of the same pathway as him on the ambassador's side, who could interfere with his divination. If it was that person, it would be normal for him to get the wrong result. It's a pity that I don't have the time or an opportunity to investigate it above the gray fog. Klein looked through the door for a moment with his spirit vision. Realizing that nothing was amiss, he opened the door and took 2 steps back. Dressed in a black and white checkered uniform, Sergeant Faxine took off his hat and said with a serious expression, "I've been sent by the higher-ups to tell you that you must be careful tonight and tomorrow. Be careful of strangers. Chapter 250, Rich, Experience in Courting Death." "All right," Klein nodded solemnly. Sergeant Faxine touched his short hair and said, "There are other arrangements. I'll explain them to you in detail, and you can decide on your own." He cast his gaze towards the living room. Klein made a polite gesture of invitation, then watched as Sergeant Faxine closed the door behind him, walked over to the sofa, and sat down. "What are your plans?" Klein kept his coat on, hands still in his pockets. Faxine leaned forward slightly, clasped his hands, and said, "You should be well aware that you have offended that ambassador. Tonight or tomorrow will be the most dangerous period for you. The higher-ups have given you 3 choices. The first is to go to the Holy Wind Cathedral for 2 days. I know that you're a believer of the god of steam and machinery, but St. Hirelind Cathedral is too far, and it's easy for trouble to arise on the way there. Klein nodded indiscernibly and waited for the sergeant to give him the second choice. Suddenly his vision blurred and his head went numb. He felt as if there was a layer of thick glass around him. He saw that Sergeant Faxine's opening and closing of his mouth was slowing down, and he noticed that his thoughts had become sluggish. This feeling was very familiar. Klein suddenly thought of the puppet from the Antigonus family, sealed artifact 2049. Back then, he was repeatedly affected in a similar way, but he had been awakened by Captain Dunn Smith and the others. To ensure that the others could detect any abnormalities in a timely manner, they kept stretching and retracting their arms. The Antigonus family holds the seer pathway. This person's ability is similar to the Antigonus family's puppet. He is the mid-sequence beyonder of the seer pathway. As expected, it's him. Klein came to his senses, but there was no Dunn Smith to wake him. The muscles on Officer Faxine's face started squirming. Soon he turned into a gentleman with black hair and blue eyes. He had a handsome face and a tiny stubble. He said with a smile, "Given time, this is one of the most difficult abilities to deal with for anyone that isn't a high-sequence beyonder." As he spoke, Klein saw the image of the woman in the black regal dress appear in the glass of the oriel window. She walked slowly and stiffly out of the glass. Her blonde hair, her delicate face, and her pale face made her seem more like a doll than a living person. "I never thought that you would be able to hire such a powerful bodyguard. If it wasn't for my divination ahead of time, I might have died here. What kind of compensation did you pay? By the way, my name is Rosago." Rosago didn't look back as he continued smiling at Klein, but he didn't expect a fluent answer from the man he controlled. At that moment, he suddenly felt a cold breeze blow across his neck, causing his hair to stand on end as goosebumps appeared all over his body. There seemed to be an invisible person at his back, breathing down his neck. Rosago laughed, raised his left hand, and snapped his fingers. Pow! Flames suddenly soared up from his back, and a transparent shadow was set ablaze, quickly turning into ashes. In Klein's vision, these motions were all broken down into a grid of images. This wasn't because his opponent had turned slow, but was a result of his increasingly sluggish thoughts. He already has me under control. Why isn't he directly killing me? Do all villains like to engage in lengthy monologues? No. He's not stupid. He's trying to conceal something with this discussion. Klein tried to think to figure out the problem, but his thoughts were moving at an irresistibly slow pace. He looked intently at Rosago, taking in every detail of his. Finally, he saw a figure in each of Rosago's eyes. A figure with blonde hair, blue eyes, a pale face, and a dark black Gothic regal dress. And at this moment, the woman was still behind Rosago. She was still near the oriel window, walking towards him like a manipulated puppet. Oh, he hasn't really controlled her yet. She's still trying to resist and struggle. They are tussling in the realm of mystery. I need to do something. I need to tip the scales of balance. Klein turned his attention to the language of foulness charm he was holding in his left hand. It was cold and slippery, filled with evil. He was glad that he hadn't let down his guard and maintained a battle-ready state the entire time. He could only injure himself to injure his opponent. Klein gathered his strength and struggled to speak. His vocal cords seemed to have rotted, and his throat squirmed in difficulty. He hoarsely said in ancient Hermes with a staccato rhythm, "Foulness. As his voice echoed in the air, Klein felt a corrosive pain in his left palm, and he heard illusory whispers that could drive a person mad. This was a state that he was familiar with, and it didn't affect his subsequent attempts. The attempt was to inject most of his spirituality into the language of foulness charm, which didn't require the control of his body. In 3 seconds, the voice of the true creator would descend upon the physical world and burrow into the ears of the creature closest to him. 3. The prelude, the din, the illusory, the evil whispers spread out in an instant. Klein felt his scalp tingle, his mind abuzz, his veins throbbing. He found it difficult to focus his mind. A coffee table away from him, Rosago's expression had suddenly turned adrift. His face swelled up as the woman's figure in his eyes suddenly became clearer. 2. The pale woman in the black regal dress behind him quickened her actions, but soon she frowned in pain. At this moment, Klein felt the weakening of the influence as he wished, regaining his smooth thought processes, and felt as though his joints were once again filled with lubricant. Having experienced ravings all this time, he endured the madness and pain, quickly pulling out and throwing the language of foulness charm from his left palm at Rosago. 1. The iron-black charm, with its many symbols and sinister-looking patterns, melted. Rosago had just regained some of his composure and was trying to leap to the side when he saw a rich darkness and heard a murmur that contained immense knowledge and extreme madness. No human being was able to describe such a sound. All the veins in Rosago's head protruded as if they were about to explode. He tumbled to the ground, writhing and struggling as his skin ruptured inch by inch, revealing the flesh underneath. At the same time, Klein and the blonde woman with blue eyes also failed to resist the pain as they fell to the ground. Each of them let out tragic screams. The excruciating pain felt like someone had stabbed their temples with a drill rod. Their eyes turned bloodshot as red liquid ran down their noses. They could neither see nor feel the outside world. The experienced Klein was the first to recover. He staggered to his feet and saw that Rosago had torn off his clothes and stripped off his skin, exposing his flesh and veins. He was like a legendary red monster that had been skinned. He constantly tumbled around the ground while groaning in pain, as if he was about to lose control. Klein didn't wait for the result because he couldn't afford the possibility of the other party gaining the benefits, as well as becoming a devotee of the true creator. He believed that the evil god was definitely infuriated as well. Pulling out his revolver and adjusting the barrel to the firing position, Klein took 2 steps forward, circled around the coffee table, and put the muzzle of his gun against Rosago's head. Bang, 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 bang. Dressed in his black double-breasted suit, he stared at his enemy intently as he shot 5 rounds in a row, watching his enemy's head swell and explode into a mixture of red, white, and black that splattered all over the floor. "Captain, thank you for demonstrating this to me before," Klein panted while he lowered his revolver before he beamed brightly. In front of him, Rosago's headless corpse faltered a little before collapsing to the side of the sofa. Only then did the woman in the black Gothic regal dress stop her screams. Her struggles and rolling slowed down, but her skin seemed to turn a lot more translucent. Seeing the flesh on Rosago's corpse squirm, Klein didn't hesitate to use his self-created Requiem charm. Under the calm and serene atmosphere, the corpse finally stopped moving. Upon seeing this scene, Klein thought of something. He took out another charm and chanted in a low voice, "Crimson." Then he injected some of his spirituality into it and threw this charm at his bodyguard, the woman with the pale golden hair and pale white face. As the slumbering powers emanated, the woman who was still weakened under the effect of the lingering voices instantly quietened down as she fell into a deep slumber. Just to be sure, Klein threw another slumber charm, afraid that he would be interrupted during what he was planning to do next. 15 Minsk Street once again had its peace. This time nothing was broken, only the ground was contaminated, as the fight between the three parties was mystical and beyond the physical realm. Looking at Rosago's corpse and then at his sleeping bodyguard, Klein mocked himself. It's also good to court death often. At least I gained some immunity. He didn't attempt the mediumship ritual immediately because Rosago was now tainted by the true creator, and directly communicating with the spirit was tantamount to committing suicide. But that didn't mean Klein had no choice. He planned on doing the mediumship above the gray fog by bringing Rosago with him. With his current spirit body's level, even with the augmentation provided by Azik's copper whistle, he was unable to move a portable camera, much less a corpse that was several times heavier. However, mediumship wasn't done with a corpse, but the channeling of the remnant spirituality. Klein took out a candle, quickly set up a ritual ceremony, summoned himself, and responded to himself, turning into a special spirit body. After becoming a spirit, he saw the distinct remnants of Rosago's spirituality, and he realized that Miss Bodyguard's physical condition was a little strange. She was actually in quite a similar state as he was, but there were also great differences. Without wasting any time thinking, Klein carried Azik's copper whistle, wrapped the remaining of Rosago's spirituality, and entered above the gray fog. After conjuring the appropriate ritual items and setting up a simple altar, Klein quickly began the mediumship ritual. During this process, he was shocked to discover that he no longer needed to pray to anyone to be able to directly communicate with the spirit. It was like he was a real spirit medium. Is this some special power that I possess in the mysterious space above the gray fog? A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he began to recite the divination statement. The Potion Formulas for the Seer Pathway. Chapter 251. Gains. The Potion Formulas for the Seer Pathway. Klein leaned back in his chair and tried to communicate with the spirit via dream divination. In a gray, illusory world that didn't seem surreal, a gas lamp suddenly lit up, illuminating the stone slabs on the ground and a desk with a goatskin scroll placed on top of it. Sardat. After the seer and clown formulas appeared one after the another, Rosago stood there with a fur shirt, listening to a voice of unknown origins. Before the advancement, I have to warn you that you've been too reliant on divination. Divination is a revelation, a result. It is unable to tell us the process. For example, you might decide to invest all your money because your divination says that a railway stock can make money. But in fact, what that revelation really means is that in the long run, in 30 years, the railway stock will make money, and before that, it will fall more than it rises. Fate isn't so easy to master, and there are many times when it's impossible to quantify it. Divination isn't all-powerful. In addition, divination can be interfered with and cause you to be misled. There are too many things in this world that cannot be understood. If you completely rely on divination, then you'll definitely die because of it. Divination is a revelation. It must be combined with one's own carefulness, caution, and self-control. Rosago was unable to divine the corresponding danger because the language of foulness was involved with the mysterious space above the gray fog, and that led to him dying at my hands. Otherwise, with his mystical abilities, it would have been difficult for Miss Bodyguard and I to escape today. This is also a reminder for me. Even if I had the gray fog to isolate all interferences, I cannot afford to be careless. No matter how certain my actions are, I need to leave some leeway. From these words, it seems like they aren't aware of the acting method. Otherwise, some of those words could be directly summed up as being respectful and fearful of fate. As his thoughts raced, Klein heard Rosago's reply as he unfurled the parchment. Sequence 7. Magician. Main ingredients: 1 true root of a mist, treant, or the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther. Supplementary ingredients: 60 milliliters of purified water, 30 milliliters of mistreant's juice, 3 grams of droplet gem powder, 4 drops of fantasy grass essential oil. Magician. This is also part of a circus. It can form the foundations of a circus with seers and clowns, Klein first lampooned, before he recalled the suited clown that he had encountered before. From the looks of it, he was a magician. His abilities seemed to include firing air bullets, the ability to fire air bullets, flaming jumps, and drawing slips of paper as weapons. Not bad. Just being able to cast spells quickly can greatly increase my battle prowess. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein saw the scene before him change. This time it was a splendid room, surrounded by golden statues and ornaments. It was the same voice from before, but it reminded Rosago of the same thing. According to my experience, after you consume the Faceless Potion, you have to remember this point. You can disguise yourself into anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. Faceless. Sequence 6 of the Seer Pathway is Faceless Man. This should be the Beyonder power that allowed Rosago to transform into Officer Faxine. From the looks of it, the fake Detective Zuriel was also played by him. Creeping Hunger allowed Kilangos to transform into a person with different looks. This matches this Beyonder power. From the looks of it, some Faceless died at his hand. Such a power cannot augment a person in a straight-up battle, but it's more useful than 90% of all Beyonder powers in many occasions. It's no wonder that Rosago dared to come and attempt to kill me, and wasn't afraid of falling into a trap. This power is of great significance to me. At this thought, Klein's eyes widened as he saw Rosago pick up a thin gold page with words written in Hermes. Sequence 6, Faceless. Main ingredients: mutated pituitary gland of a 1,000-faced hunter, characteristic of a human-skinned shadow. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of a 1,000-faced hunter's blood, 5 drops of black jimsonweed juice, 10 grams of dragon tooth grass powder, 3 strands of hair from a deep-sea naga. 1,000-faced hunter. That seems to be a type of dragon, but not a particularly powerful kind. It shouldn't be a dragon of the spiritual system, but it's still extremely rare. It's almost extinct. Klein instantly recalled the corresponding mysticism knowledge. At this point, the scene before him didn't change, but Rosago's attire and location did. He wore a white wig, a dark tuxedo, and had a thick beard. This advancement is no longer as simple as before. The potions must be consumed in conjunction with a ritual. If you succeed, you'll obtain one of the most irresistible Beyonder powers beneath that of the high sequence Beyonders. The speaker's voice had changed, turning into one that sounded even older. Having expected that, Rosago asked, "What's the ritual?" "Go to the sea, find a mermaid, and drink the potion while she's singing." The speaking old man opened an ancient book that depicted countless mysterious symbols in it. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed from the book's surface as lines of ancient Hermes appeared in midair. Sequence 5. Nimblewright Master. When Klein saw this, he suddenly had a headache. It was a signal that his spirituality was closed to being drained. In the previous battle, just the language of foulness charm alone had consumed most of his spirituality. Later on, not only did he use 3 more charms from the Evernight goddess's domain, but he had also summoned himself and responded to himself. To hold out until now showed how much progress he had made compared to before, as well as the noticeable improvement in the digestion of the clown potion. The scene flickered and was on the brink of shattering. Klein held on and scanned the remaining content of the formula. Main ingredients: dust of ancient wraiths, core crystal of a six-winged gargoyle. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of spring water from Sonia Island's Golden Spring, 10 grams of Drago bark, remnant spirituality of ancient wraiths, 1 pair of eyes from a six-winged gargoyle. Advancement ritual: consume potion in the midst of a singing mermaid song. Gotcha. Klein stopped holding out any longer as he allowed the dream to shatter into countless, illusory specks of light that disappeared. He pinched his forehead, almost fainting. As the remnants of Rosago's spirituality and the hints of madness faded away, he was pushed back into the real world by an invisible force. The ground, stained with blood, brains, hair, and all sorts of fragments, entered Klein's vision. He bent over and retched a little, clearing his head a little. I'll be sent out of the mysterious space above the gray fog when I'm out of spirituality. Klein looked around and saw that Miss Bodyguard was still asleep. He hurriedly extinguished the candle, tidied up the items related to the ritual, and then panted heavily. After a while, he finally regained some of his spirituality. At that moment, a gust of cold wind blew at the back of his neck, causing him to shiver as his mind froze. Klein turned his head abruptly and looked at the oriel window again. He saw that Miss Bodyguard in her black Gothic regal dress had woken up and was floating in the air. Her pale blonde hair and pale face seemed to have diminished a little. Her entire person seemed less corporeal, to the point of her skin appearing somewhat transparent. Klein quickly explained according to the explanation he had thought of. After I blew his head off, I discovered that his body was still squirming. Because I was afraid he would come back alive, I quickly used all the charms on me. I was very nervous and panicked at the time. It might have affected you. This is probably the risk that the divination had revealed earlier. If she's not satisfied with the explanation and thinks that I attacked her, then I'm finished, Klein thought nervously. His true feelings made his performance even more perfect. Miss Bodyguard lowered her head and looked at herself, then asked with an unperturbed tone, "What charm was it at the beginning?" I bought a black ear at the gathering for 400 pounds. I was told that I could hear the voice of a great existence, and that if I was lucky enough, I would benefit greatly. If I was unlucky, I would die on the spot. Back then, I couldn't get a bodyguard, and since I was in such danger, I could only take the gamble. The result was pretty good, Klein replied, absolutely truthfully. When I heard the voice of the great existence, that black ear shattered by itself and turned into such a charm. Miss Bodyguard's blue eyes swept over him slowly. The room was silent as if it was frozen. Finally, the lady in the black regal dress nodded. You'd better find a psychiatrist. Do you mean that I've become a potential lunatic? Yes, she has guessed that it was a relic of a listener, and she understands that Rosago's spirituality must have been tainted by the true creator. She wouldn't suspect that I had deliberately made her sleep to take that opportunity to perform a mediumship. It would also explain why I had gotten rid of the effects of the ravings faster than she did. After all, I'm a potential lunatic created by the true creator. Klein smirked. Let's hurry up and clean up the scene. MI9 might come over to take a look. He pointed at Rosago's headless body. As he spoke, Klein put on a pair of gloves and squatted down to look for any relics. He quickly found more than 10 pounds in cash, some essential oils and herbal powder, 2 crudely cut paper figurines, and a strange piece of paper. This piece of paper was orange in color, and on it were symbols corresponding to the sun. The magic emblem formed a blank rectangle, and just by holding it in his hand he found it very warm and sedate. "What is this?" Klein didn't hide his puzzlement. Without him realizing it, Miss Bodyguard was already floating behind him. She answered simply, "A mystical object corresponding to a notary." Notary? Klein was surprised at first, but he soon remembered that Rosago was an intelligence officer in the Intis Republic. People there believed in the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. Similarly, the eternal blazing sun was also the god of deeds. This is the sequence 6 or sequence 5 of the Bard pathway. If the notarization is valid, the Beyonder powers will be temporarily enhanced. If the notarization is fake, the Beyonder powers will be forcefully dispersed. Miss Bodyguard didn't explain any further and gave a rough description of its use. Klein was about to say something when he saw an eerie glow emitting out of Rosago's headless body and bloody brain mush. They attracted each other to form a blob that transformed into a black, pupilless eye. "Then what is this?" Klein asked again, feigning ignorance. "Something worthless." Miss Bodyguard maintained her way of speaking. "Worthless?" Klein asked with a frown. He actually understood what Miss Bodyguard meant. Normally, if Rosago eventually lost control, he would leave behind a strange and terrifying sealed artifact. If he didn't, his Beyonder characteristic could be used as the main ingredient of a Nimble-Right master. In short, it would be of great value. However, the problem was that he hadn't lost control, but was also tainted by the true creator. Hence, it had become a potion's main ingredient that was branded by an evil god. Using it to concoct a Nimble-Right master potion was equivalent to committing suicide by ingesting poison. Miss Bodyguard looked at the entirely black eye and said in a low and ethereal voice, "It has been contaminated by an evil god. It has no value anymore. If it really is of value and one that's very valuable, I would even worry that you'd finish me off in passing." Klein pointed at Rosago's remains and said, "These are our common spoils of war. We'll each pick a few. You first." Miss Bodyguard shot him a glance. Without a word, she floated over and took the notary document. "Just like I thought. In the future, I should find and learn the knowledge in mysticism to remove an evil god's contamination." Klein took out an iron cigarette case and bent down to pick up the black eye. Chapter 252.